Hello and welcome back to the 2023 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge presented by Discraft. It's Tournament Central and the MPO round getting ready to begin here at Pickard Park. Grant Zellner alongside the man who taught me that Des Moines is French for the Moines. It's Brian Earhart. Brian, you've been on the ground all day today. You saw that FPO round this morning. What are you expecting from the MPO division this afternoon?
I think we're going to see some highlights, Grant. And an incredible intro, by the way. You've been really making me uncomfortable when these shows start. But anyway, the course sets up for highlights. Honestly, there's so much varying terrain. There's beautiful downhill elevation shots, kind of similar to what we saw last week at Blue Mountain in some capacity. But then there's a great mix of par fives, par fours, par threes with all different degrees of challenge. I think the players have to bring the whole skill set this week, and I don't think you can get away with just stock shot after stock shot out here. I think you really have to earn the victory out here.
And if this year brings even a fraction of the drama from last year, we'll be in for a treat. Everybody remembers that epic playoff between Simon Lizotte and Robert Burridge. Simon reflected on that yesterday at the press conference.
I got the huge pressure off my back, even though I didn't really feel that much pressure in Nashville because I got my win with the new sponsor. And I mean, I listen to a lot of disc golf podcasts, which may or may not be a great idea for me to do. And I hear when people talk like, is Simon going to win another tournament this year? And a lot of people were not thinking that I could. So I already did that. So that was great. But ever since that, I really have not backed it up. And I wouldn't call it that it's like pressure on me that I need to, but I want to. So, I don't know. Last year was insane. I can't even try to explain on how it worked or why it happened, but I just got to keep trying. That's all you can do.
Simon trying to draw a little bit of inspiration from last year. Numerous lengthy putts in that playoff between Simon and Robert, some of them to prolong the playoff, some of them with a chance at the victory, including Simon's final putt, which dropped in from around circle's edge with the lake looming off to the left side, the cocky point at the crowd. Ever the showman, Simon. Robert Burridge in that moment, the consummate professional, and Robert is going to be showing us some great things in his career. We heard from Robert as well.
Reflecting back, even if I didn't know it at the time, I was winning the tournament at some point during the final round. Knowing that, I had a chance and I didn't necessarily take control of it despite, not knowing the score at the time. But expectations out here, I think I play this course really well. Even this year, I feel like it suits my game really well. And so if I don't attack it, if I don't get the birdies, I feel let down by myself. But at the same time, I know that any course at any moment can just not be your friend. And so I'm really just playing as best I can. And if I end up where I was last year, great. If I end up barely making cash or not cashing, I have next week. There's so much time involved. We have so many more events this year. And so if one week doesn't go your way, it's about moving on and getting better as a player and as a person and just moving on to that next event.
Brian, it feels like Robert is talking about the importance of just getting reps in early in one's career. We're seeing a replay of that this year with so many upstarts finding their way high in the leaderboard and even contending.
I mean, Robert's just one of many this year that are testing their skills in the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the first time, and for him, obviously, his second time, but really the first year being a professional athlete full-time. I mean, he had a great career playing Ultimate for Magnum, one of the best programs in the country for Ultimate at University of Michigan, and obviously a longtime disc golfer as well, but the crossover has seemingly gone fantastic for him. And this year, first year on tour, there's a lot of things you have to figure out, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally. It's a brand new lifestyle. You have to kind of learn to live out here on the road full time, which is not an easy lifestyle to live. And him and Chandler Kramer are traveling together, and it seems like they're doing a great job of feeding off each other and continuing to work hard. But I expect Robert to harbor those good feelings from last year and remember his game plan, because his skills have only gotten better.
As I said, Robert, one of multiple players making their presence known on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We almost always seem to have an upstart, and we had one last week that broke all the way through for the victory. Parker Welk, already a champion on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and you may not even know who he is. So we'll get to know Parker a little better right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
One of my favorite partnerships with Discraft is the Paul Macbeth molds. The Athena specifically has just been a really fun one because it's a disc that I've been looking forward to. It's definitely a staple in my bag. It sits right between my Undertakers and my Onyx. A little bit blunt nose so it can fight and handle the wind, it can handle some torque, and it's just one that I can throw at all powers. That's what I really like about it. I'm just glad that we're able to make this disc, have it in hand, and have it as a stock disc that anyone can get.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
You're back with us at Tournament Central from the Des Moines Challenge, where featured cards are about 20 minutes away from teeing off. Brian, last week, Parker Welk broke through for his first Disc Golf Pro Tour victory. He did it at the Dynamic Discs Open, and a lot of people out there, well, they don't know who Parker Welk is. Brian, how would you describe Parker and his game?
First and foremost, the mindset's there. He understands that he's kind of the new guy to the tour. He understands that he doesn't have to prove himself to anybody right now. All he has to do is go on the disc golf course, do the thing that he loves most, and do it to the best of his ability. And it's easier said than done when you're coming out here for the first time. You want to bring in the big sponsors. You want to get the big deal. You want to show up at the right tournament. Clearly, he did that without worrying about any of it, and he showcased a huge physical skill set, huge 500-plus foot forehand, huge backhand with technicality and power, and also the putting, as you see just right here. I mean, he's showcasing the skill set that's necessary to win at the top level. And like he said, consistency is still something he's working on. I mean, his skill set might be 1040, 1050 rated, but he's still 10-10 rated. He still has room to grow and grab those few strokes per round coming from just not making as many little mistakes. And he can easily jump up there with all those guys that are consistently placing towards the top. But I think he's along for the ride. I think he's happy. He has the support of his wife back home, but he knows that he has to work hard and make something happen. It's just a great story to watch play out.
Something else that a player like Parker has to get used to being on tour, of course, is talking to the media. And yesterday, Parker did just that.
If you watch any winner, everything's going right. They're getting lucky breaks. Pretty much everything's just going right. And if one thing's going wrong, you're not going to win. And everything was going right for me this week, and a little bit of luck in there, and came out on top.
Is that where the MPO division is now? I mean, everyone likes to equate it to when Tiger Woods was dominating golf, and then all of a sudden he stopped and more players started winning. Do you feel like it's anybody's week every week?
I think that in the game of golf that is the case, but there are players that are more consistent, and I think that's kind of where the rating system comes into play. And someone like Calvin, he's going to be up there on top every single week for the most part. But someone like me, I can win. I have the skills to win, but I'm probably not going to be up there every single week. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting to win this year, but it happened, and I'm happy it did because I really like this feeling. I really do.
Parker Welk seems like his game should set up well for this course here at Pickard Park. There are some similarities, I think, here and there with the kind of layout that we saw last week at the Dynamic Discs Open.
There's just a lot of really challenging shots that you have to execute to grab birdies out here at Pickard. And yes, performing well in Emporia, I think, definitely helps you out here at Pickard. I think Emporia Country Club is more technical of a traditional golf course than people give it credit normally. So I think he can easily take that momentum, bring it into this week. And like he said, I love his relationship with the concept of luck. I've played with enough players over the years that they almost live and die by whether or not they get lucky or they get unlucky. It seems like he understands that it's just part of the game, and he's hoping to have a lucky weekend because he knows that's kind of what it takes to win these days and shoot those consistent 1060, 1070 rounds. You need a little bit of magic, and just the fact that he acknowledges it like that is fantastic.
We take the conversation from the most recent Disc Golf Pro Tour champion, who is here and in fact teed off just moments ago. We take the conversation from that to a veteran who is not here but hoped to be, Eagle McMahon. Brian, any updates on Eagle McMahon?
I mean, he had mentioned that potentially DMC was going to be an event he comes back to after re-injuring his shoulder. I think a lot of fans were hoping for him to come out here and showcase what he's capable of again. But the shoulder has just been a nightmare for him, and I think he just doesn't want to push anything any farther. And I mean, we just saw Haley King this morning do the exact same thing, even after just a few holes. But for Eagle, I mean, that shoulder, that right shoulder is his livelihood, and he needs to be very careful with it and needs to do exactly what he needs to do to get back up to 100%. And that means listening to doctors or physical therapists or whoever he consults to do rehab. But I respect the decision. I think for him especially, he doesn't need a ton of events to build up momentum. I think his skill is already top notch.
We will continue to monitor Eagle McMahon's condition and look forward to seeing him back here on the Disc Golf Network. Speaking of the Disc Golf Network, more to watch during this weekend. Why? The Euro Tour. You have a chance to watch hours upon hours of extra disc golf this weekend from the Crocol Open. Highlights from the Crocol Open after this.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am. That's just really exciting for me.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Earlier today in Norway, the Crocol Open, Paul Macbeth out to the early lead, his birdie putt on 10 from 49 feet away. He went on to go 7 down on the day, tied with fellow American Bradley Williams at the top. Silver Lot of Estonia on tomorrow's chase card, thanks in part to this tough birdie on 13. And the local Avind Jarnes of Norway, representing his home country well, making the lead card at 4 under par. Let's hear from one of your co-leaders, Paul Macbeth, after his round.
It's a solid first round. I think I made a lot of mistakes out there, especially early in the round, that I can clean up. But for now, 7's good. It's been a lot of fun, to be honest. This is what I remember disc golf being like when I grew up. You know, throwing in the woods, shaping some shots, controlling your speed more so than just kind of just going out and ripping a backhand or a forehand. So it feels like disc golf again. It's exciting. Crowds have been great. They're showing up at each stop. So it's crazy to think I've already been to 5 countries now and halfway through. So really enjoying it, getting used to it, and just the different cultures has been a lot of fun.
Upcoming events on the Disc Golf Network from the Euro Tour include the Swedish Open next weekend and a full slate of events through July and into August. But this weekend, live coverage continues of the Krokul Open from Norway right here on the Disc Golf Network. Your PDGA update for today falls to me, reminding you that PDGA elections begin a week from tomorrow, and those ballot boxes will be open from July 1st through the end of that month. All PDGA members with the proper email, of course, as part of your current registration, will be receiving online election instructions and your ballot. So make sure your email address is updated as part of your current membership. Take advantage of this week that you have to get to know the 6 candidates for the PDGA Global Board of Directors. Visit pdga.com or anywhere you get your podcasts, and you'll find interviews with all the candidates on recent episodes of PDGA Radio. Well, Brian, we've talked about the Euro Tour. We've talked about the global governing body of our sport. Now let's bring things back locally. In fact, let's focus even more, not just at Pickard Park, but at a couple of very key holes that are part of this layout. In fact, let's fly over hole number 8.
Hole number 8 is just an iconic, memorable hole out here at Pickard. Huge downhill shot. This drone flyover really doesn't even do justice to how downhill it plays. I would say it's about 550 it's playing, maybe a little bit less. You have to absolutely juice a drive off this hill. Let it play all the way down to the basket with a drop-off directly behind it. This is just one of those holes that in practice, you can get there a few different ways because of the drop in elevation, but it's playing tough. It's a tough birdie to get. I mean, you have to throw, it says 580. Again, like I said, probably a little bit less than that, but still you're throwing fairway, you're a distance driver. And if you want to throw the distance driver and swing it out to the right side, you challenge going into the tree line on the right and pushing it too far straight, which gives you a very annoying scramble up to the basket. So we could see some absolutely juiced fairway drivers on this shot from some of the bigger arms.
Seems like a hole that could be eagleable, but thus far in round number 1, no eagles there at hole number 8. How about hole 16? Short and technical. A very touchy shot off the tee.
Well, and I love the placement of hole number 16. You're coming down the stretch. If things are getting tense, you have to step up to 2 holes, really, that require a lot of technicality before the bomber on 18. And we start off with 16. This is a short, downhill shot, and you don't have a lot of room to move forward once you start moving downhill. You want to cut very inside. The drone's actually flying a pretty solid line here. You want to go inside this middle tree even. You want to take a skip and almost roll down to the basket. I don't think I've ever seen someone pure this hole without getting a little ground play up to the green. So big mistake you see is players just not getting it moving left enough. It almost feels like you're sawing it off out of sight on purpose. And a lot of players are pushing it too far long and pushing it OB. So the scoring spread so far has actually been very balanced between birdies, pars, and bogeys. And this little tricky hole is a great entry to the final stretch of the course.
And Brian, while hole 16 and a few others play into the trees, a lot of this course is exposed to the sunlight. This morning, players described the conditions as being essentially hotter than the temperature would indicate due to humidity and other conditions. What are the conditions there right now for the MPO field?
Well, we heard from Seth Munsey of the Disc Golf Pro Tour that the UV index is extremely high. The sun is very dangerous today. If you're not wearing sunscreen, you're going to get burned, and it's going to drain you of your energy. I think all the players are trying to find shade as much as possible. We saw Missy, Gannon, and Tom use their sun umbrella today to try to block out some of the sunlight, and it's just hot. I mean, it feels like it's close to 100 degrees out here, but the temperature would tell you something else. But it's just because the sky is completely clear and blue and there's nothing blocking the sunlight. So it's just one of those days the players have to really focus on their grip. They have to focus on keeping their hands dry, and it's just a kind of an annoying process, almost like when it's raining.
Well, as players make their final preparations with those grip bags and those extra umbrellas to ward off the sun, we will make our own final preparations here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll be right back with featured cards. Stay tuned.
Most people just see a disc. At Discraft, we see over 40 years of innovation, driven by passion, consistency that inspires talent, built on a foundation designed for success. Over 4 decades of experience behind your first throw.
A live look at scores in the early going here of round number 1 of the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge. Dawson Snelling leading the way. Dawson, a bogey at the first, and then he settled the nerves and rattled off 10 birdies in a row. He is now through 15 in this opening round. Brian, tell us something we don't know about Dawson Snelling.
Well, the Snelling family in general. I mean, his father, Nick Snelling, is also a fantastic open player that I've played many tournament rounds with. And Dawson has just grown up into a great player as well. He puts a lot of work in. These are Quad Cities locals. They play a lot of disc golf out at Camden, too, which is just a beautiful course kind of on the border of Illinois and Iowa. If you've ever played the Rumble, you've probably been out here playing a course like this, and you'll probably have to play against one of the Snellings if you make it up towards one of the higher cards. But it's really cool to see Nick's son Dawson pop up here in the Open Division and start potentially surpassing him. Maybe if he's listening, he might not like hearing that, but I'm sure he's extremely proud because his kid has a ton of talent, just like so many other young kids coming up in this game, and it's great to see him put up a score like this. Hopefully he can close it out.
Dawson Snelling currently in a tie with a couple of players already in the clubhouse at 10 under par, Isaac Robinson and Thomas Gilbert. Another player that we expect to be in contention this week, Calvin Heimberg. And Calvin is always, it seems, in contention during the course of 2023, and that can take a little bit of wear and tear on not just your body, but on your mental capabilities when it comes to fatigue setting in during these hot dog days of summer. We heard from Calvin yesterday.
There are definitely times, or there have been past seasons where I felt, a little bit of that burnout coming to this part of the year, but I'm actually kind of surprised that I'm already here and back in the Midwest. It feels like it, for whatever reason, to me, it's gone quicker. I don't really feel like I've been, out and touring for as long as I really have been. So I'm feeling really good. Excited to get, a couple more events out here in the Midwest before I head out overseas. And then you got the home stretch. So we'll see how that's feeling, coming down the end of the year. I feel like typically for me, that's where it hits hardest is, down September, October. I haven't been home since February. So we'll see how it hits there. But right now I'm feeling really good.
Candid words from Calvin about the rigors of traveling throughout the year. Brian, you experienced some of that. What are some of the things that you can shine some light on when it comes to those challenges?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is year 6 for me as well, and 2 of these years I've just done media, and it's still a stressful time. It's not even the competition, but when you're having to travel full time as a professional athlete with really no help getting you from place to place, it's so mentally draining. We talk about it seemingly every week, but this stretch of the season, this Midwestern stretch, where not only the competition heats up, but literally the summertime comes about in the Midwest, and it's muggy and it's hot and it's sticky, and practicing is kind of annoying, and you're just trying to conserve your energy to continue performing to make your living out here. So I don't blame Calvin for saying that he's felt that before, but it's awesome that he's still feeling good at this point in the season, especially after all the success he had. I made a comment earlier in the press conference that seems like we talk to him every week at this point, and I'm sure he gets kind of tired of that as well. But when you're one of the best players in the world, it's kind of part of the job. But it's funny how the tour shakes out. Some players find that second wind towards the end of the season when some players start to burn out. So we'll see what happens here. But Calvin at Pickard Park is a beautiful thing, and I'm excited to watch him today.
And we see now in the current point standings, Calvin with we won't call it a comfortable lead, but with a sizable lead over the rest of the field in the Disc Golf Pro Tour point standings. Of course, everybody vying for a place in the year's end playoff, and of course in the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. Calvin well positioned now, although we are just at about the halfway mark of the season. So we will watch Calvin Heimberg attack this course at Pickard Park along with all of our other top players. Brian, any predictions? For example, will those 10 under pars that are currently in the clubhouse, will they hold on or will they be surpassed today?
I think they might be surpassed today. I think the wind is down, and on some of the holes where the wind would get really tricky, it's actually in kind of a helping direction. So I think scores are going to come in pretty hot. But again, I'm not taking anything away from Dawson Snelling, who's currently 11 under through 16. I think that's the pace that the leaders are going to have to be on.
It looks like in the top 10, a number of players able to card bogey-free rounds, so I would expect a lot of movement, and I also expect that our eventual champion will need to get off to a hot start, and that's what we are excited to bring you today on the Disc Golf Network. So for Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner, and we are going to say see ya after the round. Thanks for watching. Tournament Central out for the time being.
Pickard Park is probably my favorite course on tour, despite what happened last year.
You're a disc golfer. Every time you go by a piece of property, I mean, you just dream about what that course might be. It was pretty easy to see that there could be a very nice course here.
The course looks absolutely insane. The bridges and the tee pad and the mulch and like, wow. Contrast between the fairway and the rough, like how tall the rough is and how manicured the fairways look. It's just gorgeous with the rolling hills, and it's just a treat to be out here playing.
Looking forward to having the best players in the world and you guys out here and having a good time, having a party.
Good afternoon and welcome to Iowa. The tour is headed 300 miles north to the Disc Golf's Field of Dreams. Pickard Park sets the stage for the 2023 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge presented by Discraft.
On the pad out of Huntington Beach, California, last week's Dynamic Disc Open champion. Please welcome Parker Wells. Yeah, Parker! Parker! Next up, out of Baltimore, Maryland.
Parker Welk would go on to make par on hole number 1, but here he is on hole 2 with a birdie luck. And he'll convert. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside 3-time world champ and future Hall of Famer indefinitely, one Nate Doss. Nate, big moment. We just saw Parker Welk, thousands of new eyeballs on him. He's aware of it. He knows. He put himself on the map last week with the win at the Dynamic Disc Open. Pretty incredible.
It really was, and if you haven't heard of Parker Welk, well, you certainly should now, because he is a champion here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in 2023. You know, Parker put himself in position last week, Terry, and he executed in the final round, shooting the best round of the day to go on and win the tournament. When you take out a guy like Calvin Heimberg here in 2023, you've done something special.
It was a battle throughout, and he was really bringing it with everything, including big putts. That was an eagle on the par 5, hole number 14. And then one of the most pressure-packed throws of the entire season is, of course, the island on hole number 16. He did that on Saturday and then does it again on Sunday and ultimately has that tap in for the win. I think back a few years, someone who was a little bit unknown, maybe wasn't a favorite. Let's put it that way. There's Matty O. We know what he's sporting, including the jersey and getting the love and the hugs. Nate Doss, 2005 World Championships. You weren't a favorite? You weren't picked to win that one?
Well, I think my mom certainly did pick me to win, but there you are, Terry Miller, handing me a custom-made disc that Discraft did for me. It was a very special moment for me personally. Thank you for bringing it up. But to compare that to Parker Welk, it's just about putting yourself in that position. I mean, Parker Welk, the best finish he has so far this year, tied for 16th. That's way back at Waco. After last week, he's currently 39th ranked in the world. But he put himself in position, and all that hard work, all that time alone in the practice field, and he is on tour. He is playing week in and week out. Not all paid off right there. He's now a champion. He'll now for sure be in the Tour Championship, and it's a great story for Parker Welk. We'll see if he can't follow it up with some good play this week. But either way, big congratulations, and it's exciting to see new guys win on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and he's already punched his ticket for the 2024 tour as well,
Exactly.
which is
that's huge.
It is, especially getting it done so early. Another young superstar in our sport, just 21 years old, Robert Burridge, who of course pushed Simon Lizotte to a playoff last year, and it wasn't just a single-hole playoff; it was 4 holes.
It's hard for me not to compare the Parker Welk situation from the DDO last weekend to the last year's event here in Iowa with Robert Burridge pushing Simon Lizotte and ultimately falling short, but it was an impressive run by Robert. Final round, incredible final round. Just one mishap gave Simon the chance to come back and tie it.
First on the pad out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Put your hands together for Ricky Wysocki.
Ricky Wysocki on the tee of 1.
I hope. First on the pad out of Davenport, Iowa, Ben Calloway.
Home state love, as you would expect for one Ben Calloway. Solid tee shot for Calloway to get started.
Third on the card from Safety Harbor, Florida. Put your hands together for Calvin Heimberg.
Heimberg getting caught up early. He'll have work to do to try and get the birdie on 1.
Texas, please welcome Robert Burridge.
And Burridge is confident with it, as he should be, right out of the center of the fairway. As they move up the fairway, we'll rejoin Parker Welk. This is a birdie look on hole number 3.
Yeah, a couple changes this year on hole number 3 have made it more accessible for birdie.
Not quite enough as that scoops out of the left side. And thanks to our friends at UDisc, we'll take a look at our course close-up. Pickard Park, originally designed by Juliana Korver, the 5-time world champ, Iowa's 2nd highest rated course. One of the courses that was used in the 2004 PDGA Worlds, which was both a combined and professional world championships. The park is named for Clarence Pickard, who rode his bike across Iowa at the age of 83. And one of the biggest notes is hole 17 was extended almost 100 feet this year. We see a brand new tee and teeing area, making that hole much longer. And also, it even added to the beauty, though, in which where they place that tee. It looks great. Heimberg with his 2nd.
It's a long way back for Calvin. Got to avoid going too far to the right. This can just miss that tree. Oh, and it's kicked back in there, but you can see he's going to have a little tiny gap chance to make birdie.
Now, Aaron Gossage on the tee of 4.
Aaron Gossage birdied 1 and 2. Aaron Gossage currently the 13th ranked player in the world. He's had a solid 23 season.
Great shot, dude.
Beautiful shot, just short left. Open putt for birdie. Hole number 1 today, Terry, shockingly so far, is playing as the most difficult hole.
And not much skip there for Callaway. Kind of stuck right where it landed, so he'll have a long look for birdie. Now back to 4 with Parker on the tee. That's going to get pin high, but be on the left side.
So last year here at the Des Moines Challenge, Ricky Wysocki had his worst finish of the year, tied for 57th. And if you remember, it was the weekend before Worlds, and everybody was sort of questioning why he even played. Even that final round, he was a little bit injured. We wanted him to prepare for Worlds, but he did stick it out, tied for 57th, missed the cash, and still went on to have a good, solid Worlds finish. So he's certainly looking to right the ship here in 23 out at Pickard Park.
Bob lines up the forehand, and he'll be in the territory of Kelvin Heimberg. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming at you.
An important part of getting a PDJ membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDJ membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdja.com/join.
One of my favorite partnerships with Discraft is the Paul Macbeth molds. The Athena specifically has just been a really fun one because it's a disc that I've been looking forward to. It's definitely a staple in my bag. It sits right between my Undertakers and my Onyx. A little bit blunt nose so it can fight and handle the wind, it can handle some torque, and it's just one that I can throw at all powers. That's what I really like about it. I'm just glad that we're able to make this disc, have it in hand, and have it as a stock disc that anyone can get.
Boys down here just finished checking out the telemetry you have, and everything is A-OK.
shot off on catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
A few tap-ins here as everyone's cleaning up on hole number 1. Now Parker.
Very difficult green here on hole number 4. Any basket hit kicking towards the right can easily find the water. It's only about 12 feet. He misses on the proper side if you are going to miss it. We've seen many times disc bounce off this basket and find the water.
Gossage with his birdie luck. Almost as if you called that, Doss. That was unfortunately exactly what you were just referencing. And we are being told we've got Dawson Snelling here, who is your front runner, who put together 10 birdies throughout today's round, getting holes 2 through 11, took a little break, hopped off the birdie train, and then collected a couple more on 15 and 16, and quite the opening round. Also making his Disc Golf Pro Tour debut and his debut here on the network. Unbelievable stuff. Currently your leader at 11 under. Hoping to close out there with a par. Now Wysocki, TF2.
Yeah, Dawson Snelling's been a member of the PDGA for over 12 years. Started playing in his juniors, playing as a junior back in the day. This is Mason Ford on 18. And that putt to finish with 5 in a row and to tie Dawson Snelling. Now, what are the odds that that's going to happen?
What's in the water over there? These guys.
Seriously.
Wow, the 2 hottest rounds currently on the same scorecard.
I mean, we're not shocked about Mason, of course, a champion here on the Pro Tour. But, boy, that Dawson Snelling round, that's impressive. And he started off with a bogey on hole number 1. Threw it OB. Unable to get up and down, but then rattled off all those birdies. Wow.
Sure, Heinberg was disappointed with the par start. We'll see if he can get things going here on 2. And that is set up nicely.
As with most of this beautiful course, very important to put yourself in good position here on 2. That's going to be short and inside, catching that corner tree.
And stepping up quickly, Dawson Snelling. I just have to wonder, there's Illinois roots here. He's from Illinois. Andre Dawson, the Hawk, one of my favorite Cubs players. I have to wonder if there's any influence, if his parents were Cubs fans. It all adds up. I mean, Iowa hosts, a Cubs AAA team. I don't know. I love the name. We see a pair of 11 unders. Isaac Robinson and T. Gilly both sitting at 10. They're also in the clubhouse. We're in the clubhouse hanging out. Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
The Challenger is consistent not only on the putting green, but also throwing as an approach disc. With the Challenger, you're getting a really straight flight, whether it be 5 feet or 120 feet. You can just really spin it and trust that it's just gonna hold right where you aim.
Come on!
Unbelievable.
You missed that, you're going out of bounds easily.
He's going for the eagle in these conditions. He parked that.
And there it is. Look at the big beast.
The TrueBank Des Moines Challenge is presented by Discraft, the worldwide leader in disc sports. We're going to flash back to last year when Simon Lizotte went into the playoff with this man, Robert Burridge. Solid putt to extend the playoff to a 3rd hole. And just when you thought, well, maybe this is Simon's, Bobby Burridge says, I've got other news for you. I'm going to put the pressure on you to make the putt. And Simon comes in high, eventually lowers down into the basket. They move to the 4th hole.
This was one of the most unlikely things. Burridge skipping off a root or the stump there. Did stay in bounds, but forced to lay up. Simon had this for birdie, and bang, he nailed it. He knew it right away, too, Terry. It was one of the best playoffs we had last year. One of the best, really, performances by both those men in the final round.
Tournament director Ty Tanat hanging out. Matt Schlabach, of course, getting in the action, as he will likely all weekend. Gannon Burr's caddy. Hey, guys, Matt here, as his T-shirt likes to say.
That's actually why I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to hole 1 for our feature card. This is our 3:55 tee time. First on the pad out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, Simon Lizotte.
Lizotte with his quest to defend the title here in Des Moines.
Next on the pad, out of Urbandale, Iowa, Gannon Burr.
problems for Gannon Burr finding the fairway.
Next up from Aberdeen, South Dakota, please welcome Ezra Aderhold. And rounding out our card from Dallas, Texas, put your hands together for Brody Smith.
Flirting with that left side OB, but will be in a good position to attack the pin from there as our final feature card is off. Our third commentator here of the weekend is Brian Earhart, and he's on the ground with Simon Lizotte. Let's hear from them now.
Simon, you just teed off on one, walking down the fairway, starting another tournament here in Des Moines. Just overall emotions, feelings.
Oh, super happy for now. It's playing like in a sauna today, which is a new experience kind of, but interesting about tomorrow's weather. See if we're going to play tomorrow, and then Sunday is looking super windy. So this round is kind of gearing up for craziness.
Well, Simon, I have to ask one thing. You hear the crowd roaring in the background on hole 5. You got the big gallery following you here. How does this crowd compare to Maple Hill?
Oh, I mean, Iowa shows up, Maple Hill shows up. Don't know if we need to compare them, but I love them all.
Well, good luck, Simon. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
Great to see the fans taking in the action. Here's Heimberg with his birdie look on 2, and now that is 2 for 2. We've seen Kelvin Heimberg hit metal on birdie opportunities. Parker, tee of 5. Just looking for this to hook up. It was so late. He's safe, but likely obstructed.
Simon short left off the tee shot here. It's going to be a long second shot. Got that guardian tree on the short right. You saw Heimberg hit it just moments ago. See if Simon can come just in front of it. He's played that a little too wide, and he's going to be back there behind the mound. He is inbounds.
Now Heimberg on the tee of 3.
Wow, what a shot.
Well, no doubt about picking up that birdie on 3.
I mean, I don't think we even saw one that close last year. Again, a couple trees taken out there on the hole number 3, and Heimberg taking advantage.
The only person that got it closer was Raven Newsom when he dunked one in.
That's right. And that's out of bounds there for Gannon Burr. You have miles of space on the left side of this fairway for Gannon to bring in that right side OB. That's a big mistake, and it's going to be a difficult putt as that big tree and the mound going to basically block his view. See if Brody can hang it out wider. No.
Yeah, he makes the same mistake.
Wow. Again, hole number 1 playing the most difficult today, and we're kind of seeing why. They're playing safe off the tee, leaving a long second. That's what's bringing in the out of bounds. There's Andrew Fish starting 3 for 5. Let's see if Aderhold, who was the most aggressive off the tee, gained the most distance, can now put it out wide. Yeah, he's done this nicely. Beautiful shot there from Ezra. Downhill 20-footer upcoming.
Wysocki has a birdie look on 3. And Wysocki with the turkey start.
I'd say he's right in the ship so far, Terry, after last year's performance.
And we're taking a look at our Canna current conditions. 90 degrees out there. It says 28% humidity. I think a few players may disagree with that. The wind has picked up slightly, but just 5 miles per hour, so feeling quite stale, I'm guessing. And the direction is coming out of the east. Thank you to our friends over at Canna. Make sure you check them out, and we appreciate the updates on the weather. And really interesting, I think, Nate, to hear that Simon's already thinking about possible weather implications tomorrow and even for Sunday's round. We've seen rounds and this tournament cut short due to weather in the past few years. So Simon already well aware of what's in the forecast. Of course, all we can do is wait and see. As I like to say about the weather, I'll believe it when I'm in it is the only thing I trust. But Simon very cognizant.
Well, and as a player, it's good catch there, Terry, because as a player, the first thing I ever did after I was finishing a tournament is I looked up the weather in the next town we were going to be in. And I did that for this tournament, looking at it, 91 degrees today, 90 tomorrow, but thunderstorms all day long tomorrow, and then 76 degrees on Sunday. And to me, that tells me there's a big front coming through, and that's when the weather starts to get crazy. I think Simon's thinking about it from this perspective. He needs to be at or near the top after today's round. This is going to be the best conditions you're going to play in. The tournament might be cut short, and if it is turned into a 36-hole tournament, you don't have that extra 18 to try to make up strokes. So I think the veteran in Simon Lizotte is smartly looking at the weather.
Burr with an opportunity to save his par. We saw the attempt by Smith come up just short, and almost the exact same effort is what we saw from Burr.
Yeah, not only is it up and over that mound, but it's also uphill. And so it's hard to gain that distance or to judge that distance when you cannot see the full basket.
Optional? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do either.
Fun fact, Gannon Burr used to crawl into there as a kid and use that area as a fort before he was... That was just a few years ago. And, of course, a kid that Gannon, an Iowa native, although a youngster certainly out on the course. What a putt by Lizotte.
Yeah, able to take advantage of staying inbounds. And he could see, again, the full depth of the basket there. Beautiful putt from Simon.
Aderhold with an opportunity for birdie, get on the board, and he's going to do just that. Ezra, 1 under through 1.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am. That's just really exciting for me.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. Simon Lizotte on the tee of 2.
Hole number 2, as I mentioned, a big placement position shot. Simon's done nicely there. Just want to be out and around those trees. You don't want to flirt with those trees on the inside, Terry, because if you take a kick left off of them, there is an out-of-bounds line that runs on that left side, and it impedes your second shot as you head back up the hill towards the basket here on 2. Aderhold making that look easy. So hole 1 was the most difficult hole, Terry. Hole 2, the second easiest.
As Brody Smith filters onto the hillside, they'll move up the fairway of 2. We saw Andrew Fish with a birdie back on 5 to go 3 under through 5 holes. This is his second shot on 6.
Yeah, a little bit inside after his tee shot. Going to have to go with the wide turnover. What it sounds like, he is in close, so beautiful shot there from Fish.
And we're going to take a look at the birdie zone here of hole number 2. You were just talking about it being the second most easy hole on the course, or second easiest hole out here. Everyone in great position, and this is, of course, brought to us by our friends over at Birdie Pro. Make sure you reach out to them, see if you can secure your copy today. It's a lot of extra fun you can use when you're out there playing against your buddies. Maybe you use the focus chip, or maybe you use one of the other assets out there, or there may be a distraction on a tee. You got various cards and things you can play against your competitors to gain any advantage you can while playing Birdie Pro. Go out and grab your copy today. And wow, that is the result of Fish's approach there on 6. That's 3 in a row and 4 out of 6 to get started.
So you can see what Burr's dealing with here. He's got the low ceiling, but he's got to play it back up the hill. So going to use a speedier disc, try to keep it low, power it up and over that little ridge line there, get all the way back to the basket. He's going to go with the flex.
Uphill look for birdie, wide open.
Yeah, and that's quite steep there. It looks pretty steep, but it's actually steeper than it looks. It'll be a big uphill putt there for Gannon. You can see Simon being a little bit wider. It's much more wide open. Can use all the airspace he wants, control the speed, control the angle. Great opportunity for birdie. Oh, complete misfire, Terry.
Right into the ground. And I was about to comment and say I'm surprised to see Simon go with a forehand there. Just, of course, he's got a great forehand, but it feels like that would be more of a backhand approach for him. And I reserved judgment and then watched him throw it right into the ground. We'll see how he recovers.
Well, and the reason we see them going to the sidearm, Terry, is because of the slope of the hill. It's a beautiful camera view of it right here. They can utilize the angle of the disc as it comes into the hillside to sort of check by the basket. That's what we should see right here from Brody, and he's done that beautifully. The backhand tends to float down and away from the pin, towards down where Gannon Burr was.
Now on 7, Andrew Fish ready to tee. Almost looks like a fishing dock there. Can he find the wood chips? And he does. Great drive by Fish. Back with Ezra on 2.
It's a trickier shot for Ezra. He's going to go to the right side of that tree. You can just see under his name, and just got to control the angle.
That's inside the circle. And now it's standstill, a backhand approach here from Lizotte. That's going to be right next to the pin. So he should be able to still walk away with a par here. Now Ricky Wysocki, tee of 5. Oh, they want it. That's tracking to the right of the pin. Wysocki just deep. Should be an easy birdie. Andrew Presnell for par. If you don't land inside the wood chips, you're out of bounds. Plays as a hazard, so Presnell in, saving it.
That's an insane putt. I mean, from pretty deep in circle 2. Nice par save, but a couple bogeys on the scorecard so far. Nice shot there from Calvin.
Burr doesn't negate the bogey he picked up on 1. He's going to remain 1 over through 2. Missing out on the easiest hole on the course, or second easiest hole on the course. No problems for Ezra. We saw the drive by Wysocki, the comeback putt, no problem. Rick without a par here in the first 5 holes.
Yeah, Ricky went OB on hole number 4, which is what led to the bogey.
And Andrew Fish picks up another birdie. That's 4 in a row.
I mean, all these flags on top of the baskets just absolutely still. As Simon said, it feels like a sauna out there, 90 degrees, humidity, no wind moving anything around. But as a professional disc golfer, you got to feast on these conditions. Got to take advantage, got to get birdies.
Grabs a tree for Ezra.
Nice. Good job, brother.
And Brian, I'll quickly throw it out to you. Do you think grip is a concern out here? Maybe that's attributed to what Simon's mishap on the previous hole?
Yeah, not too sure. I think it might have been footing, honestly. There was a weird slope to where he was, and it was kind of a dip in the ground. So I'm not entirely sure. It might have just been a spray. Like it happens with that on the sidearm for him sometimes. Much more consistent with the backhand, but again, we saw him get so many good wins last year, leaning pretty heavily on the sidearm.
Appreciate it, Brian. As we're looking at the new hole number 3, the hole itself is the same, except for they removed some significant trees. I think 10 or 11 or 12, somewhere in that neighborhood, about a dozen trees removed since last year. And off the bottom of the cage. What a shot by Gannon Burr.
Gannon taking full advantage of those trees that were removed, these late trees removed, giving the players better access to the basket. And that's a spicy shot right there, Terry.
Yeah, the Halal guys are loving it, as should you. Check them out. You can find them on thehalalguys.com for a location near you. He's going to need something to get spiced up and get moving here. Gannon Burr off to a very slow start otherwise. And
I was like, whoa, it's really humid out there. He can barely move.
He's melting. So he's slowly moving into position. Fish going after yet another birdie. How close can he get?
That looks great.
He loves it.
Fish taking full advantage of the camera, following Parker Welk today. Putting on a show for us. This is Ricky putting the tee shot 6 in position. Does that beautifully.
Simon? He's in red, white, and blue over there. Oh, Ezra. He's deep in it.
Ryan, can you give us an assessment of what Simon either sees or doesn't see from this spot?
You're definitely not seeing the basket, that's for sure, Terry. Not a great spot.
Ezra is going to be put to the test here to reach into his toolbox and find something that can maybe help him get out of this jam.
Yeah, I mean, he has some airspace up. And he basically had walked out and tried to look for, pretty much a landmark of where he's trying to get to. If he can just get over the bushes that are just ahead of him, that's the goal here. Even if you're not going to get your par, you do not want to get caught up short. That could lead to a double bogey.
And that finds the open airspace. So it's going to be a long putt, but he'll at least be able to see the basket.
Yeah, and I just think the most important thing in that situation, get over that bush. Even if you go long, do not leave yourself short there. I think the proper play.
And Heimberg's second shot on 6 will set him up with a birdie look.
That
Meanwhile,
was Brody for birdie. That was Brody's tee shot.
A little flow of play as they'll tap in and get out of the way.
It's a tricky putt here. Very slope-driven decision here. Can hit off the basket, easily roll away. Got to be careful.
Ezra liked it. Just needed more height, so he's going to walk away with a bogey here on 3. Playing as the 13th most difficult.
So that's Simon for birdie as well. So I think what we were looking at earlier was Simon just going over to say, man, what kind of shot do you have?
Yeah, where are you? I don't want any part of this. Wysocki throwing his second on 6, and that is tight. He's lucky it stayed out as much as it did. That could have very easily buried into the woods, giving him no look. And Fish not messing with getting aggressive there. Just going to lay it up next to the pin and walk away with a par. Meanwhile, Burridge, that's a little forehand up to the pin. Should be an easy tap in from there.
So on this basket, about 15 feet behind, it does slope away down to a creek. You can see the bridge there. Got to be careful about long. And that's why you see the puck come up short.
So Wysocki with his 3rd. Does he have something long range in store? He'll still have some work to do. Likely a low ceiling to come back. And speaking of low ceilings, and that's Parker Welk for par.
I don't know, don't ask me.
And the tiptoeing up to it. He's creeping. Left side for Smith. Dangerous putt coming up.
Hole 4 is kind of a combination of power and also kind of just guts. And Simon was not, that was beautiful. Fully committed. Obviously has the power to get there. It is 472, plays about 400. It is downhill. But a lot of times, Terry, you see the players bailing out left. There is an out of bounds line up there. That's where Ricky Wysocki went OB, was high left. And even going back to the playoff last year, Simon was committed to going well out over the water. And here today he's going to get the payoff with the birdie. Let's see if Gannon can do the same.
Gannon Burr next to the pin. And a big shout out, I believe, Disc Golf Pro Tour's very own Phil Delone managed to ring this up for an ace during some operational doubles the other day. So congrats to Phil. What a beautiful hole to get a hole-in-one in.
I mean, yeah.
That's
awesome.
As we saw how close Simon was, how close Gannon was. Let's see if Ezra. Oh, and he's going to stick one right next to it as well.
I mean, just imagine adding a 15-mile-an-hour wind. How much more difficult this would be, but boy, Pat did perfectly placed hyzer here for Simon Lazar.
Yeah, the Simon line, then followed by others. He's going to probably try and protect that. If you need any intellectual property protection, reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. They can help you out in any case. Copyright, trademark infringements, any of your litigation needs, they'll be able to help you out.
Yeah, I think I saw those guys hand him a couple bucks each, pay him for the patent. But, yeah, in these weather conditions, you just have to commit. You know, it's scary, but that's what you got to do, and 3 of the 4 did that very nicely.
Heimberg gets that one over the rim. A few of his early putts have been short or just off the mark. Looks like he's corrected as of late. Now Wysocki giving himself a little more work.
I'm not getting baited into saying how difficult it is. But the reality of the way Ricky plays is he's just going to be aggressive. And he figures he's going to make it. In that case, complete air ball. It's going to lead to a bogey. Talking about the putting of Calvin Heimberg, he is only 50% from C1X and 0% from C2. So a little bit of a shocking start putting-wise for Calvin.
Wow, and as you called it earlier, anything that hits this basket, especially on the right side, has a chance to possibly pop up and roll into the water. That checks up just 4 or 5 feet from the water's edge.
We saw Gossage do that. We then, in the picture-in-picture, saw Calvin Heimberg bounce it off the basket and roll it OB to take a bogey as well. So tricky putting if you are short, if you are left, but the other three are so close that probably not thinking much about anything but the bottom of the basket.
And Ezra is in, and just as he was doing that, I'm noticing another Ezra. Ezra Robinson has snuck up into a tie for the lead at 11 under. There's now 3 competitors there at 11.
And that kind of seems like the point to get to is that 11, 10, 11, 12. That's definitely what we saw last year. And with the good conditions this year, we want to see that again.
Seeing that 100% C1X putting, 33% from C2.
And shockingly, there's 5 guys. There's 3 at 11, 2 at 10. All of them bogeyed at least once in their round. Every single one of them. So this course is playing very favorable today. And again, a lot of that has to do with the weather.
Heimberg, the tee of 7. Onto the wood chips. Birdie look for Heimberg. He's done it again? That was to save par again. He went out of bounds on that left side, so the long jumper, just as he did 2 holes prior. Wow, Andrew Presnell has the putter working. Let's see if he can just find the fairway.
Hole 5, 330. It is an island.
Let's go.
Hung up on the right side, but safe.
And you can't just blast it into the trees long. You have to play it onto that island. It is completely surrounded by out of bounds.
And Fish has a birdie look on 9.
Very nice.
That's another one on the scorecard. 6 under through 9. What a great start.
Yeah, Fish is making us notice, that's for sure. Chris Dickerson's played 7 holes. He's 6 down. There's some good scores all over these late tee times, Terry. Gonna be having to U-disc warrior this all day long. Keeping an eye on all of them.
In the hole! In the hole!
On the island for Burr.
So one thing the sidearm does here, Terry, is that it opens up that left side. As you look down towards the green, there's a big bush on the right side that does affect the backhand as it comes in. And at 330, pretty much all these players have this distance for sidearms. Either hold absolute park job.
Also just buzzing over the top of the basket. Great drive by Brody Smith. Taking in the action over here with the beehive.
Yeah, speaking of buzzing, some bees over there. The hive, Terry. I love it.
Hole 7, Heimberg onto the green. So this is a birdie look. Easy stuff for Heimberg. Trying to improve those putting stats. Here's Fish. We said he's 6 through the front 9. Can he keep it rolling?
Nicely done. That's all you need.
It's a good start. As he says, that's all you need. Kevin Jones. Jumper. Buries it. And he's 6 under through 8, off to a great start.
You know, Terry, here on hole number 5, you got to think about a 330-foot hole over water the entire way onto an island. It's playing as the easiest hole. 64% of the field have taken birdie here. So one of those holes that you have to take advantage when the weather is this way. Just think if you had a headwind or a crosswind, all of a sudden this hole could flip all the way to the other side of difficulty and be in the top 3 or 4.
They made it look pretty easy as Aderhold is still without a par. And Chris Dickerson. We saw this cat this morning.
I mean, there are a lot of birdies out here, Terry.
That's you got to assume both Dickerson and the cat are going to be chasing him, right?
Absolutely.
Dickerson short on the attempt. Maybe even found a mosquito there on his leg he was trying to get rid of as well. Dawson, Ezra, Mason, all sitting at 11 under in the clubhouse. If I would have said to you, hey Doss, give me your top 3 that you think are going to be leading, I don't know if those would have been the names, but they opened up with a solid day today. We'll see how it holds up.
Yeah, I think it's going to hold up. I mean, one of these guys, maybe 2, maybe even 3 or 4, are going to sneak up in there in those double-digit ranges. But those are solid rounds by those guys, regardless of the conditions. The only name we saw in the top 10 that's currently playing is Jake Hebenheimer. He has played 12 holes. He's 8 under. No bogeys so far for Jake. Hole 6 can be a tricky tee shot, but again, with today's conditions, relatively easy. You just got to put it out on an angle as you come out of a little gap around the corner, and you just got to drift it back into the middle. There's out of bounds left. If you play it too wide, and you can overplay it and find the inside of the fairway, which is not out of bounds, but is very thick. Even just a few feet in can equal a pitch out.
Wow.
That's way down there, but too far inside. That's going to be tough to create the angle to get back around to the basket, but a lot of distance from Aderhold. And this could bring OB left.
Yeah, did he turn it enough? It doesn't look like it did. And that's going to launch right out of bounds.
That's a huge mistake there from Brody.
Yeah, he'll get all of the distance, so he certainly has a chance to get up and down and save the par. If you're going to miss, missing on that left side as you're just going out at the end of the flight is the better mistake if you're going to make one. But, yeah, big mistake there for Brody Smith. Here's Wysocki. Oh, he's down in cat territory.
So Fish's second shot here on the par 5. 860 feet, just putting himself in position.
He gets the green flag. Now Ben Callaway. Long look for birdie. Oh, he knew it. Not a problem for Callaway. That's back-to-back birdies.
So, great view here from the drone. You can see where Brody has gone out of bounds over here to the left. It'll create a great angle for him. But you can see the more you're on the inside of the fairway, as the pin is up in the trees on the top left of your screen, it's very hard to get into those trees from the far right of the fairway. Brody, again, will have the best angle, but he's the farthest back, and he's also now throwing his third shot.
And big thanks to our friends over at the Flight Factory. Make sure you head on over to flightfactorydisc.com and use the code DGPT10 for a 10% discount off your order.
So Brody will use those flags you can see way down the end of the fairway, kind of as an aiming point, just to judge the distance. You want to try to drift it back inside, just short of those, and this is well short and well right.
Oh, that kick or two didn't help at all.
I would almost argue that he fortunately got through, and he's going to get the green flag. There's an out-of-bounds line in there, Terry, so he cut that whole corner off, and he'll have a long chance for par.
Brian's out on the ground. I know you're lefty, Brian, and you'd love to be throwing the shot for Gannon, but what's he looking at? What's he going to need to do here?
I mean, the angle's tough, especially when you're kind of pinched on this right side. It's a much tighter angle to throw the forehand. And accessing the bullseye is actually much tougher. You want to play towards that left side OB. Or from where he's at, he's able to give himself a putt. It's just going to be a little tougher.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, and a lot of times what you see from the players when they're tucked in on this right side is them trying to go really high. And then what they're trying to do is they're just trying to get it out there, utilize all that airspace up there to then crash it back to the right, just kind of utilize the trees to their advantage. It looks like Burr's going to go to a backhand, and he's going to go high with it as well. So again, just trying to utilize the trees, crash them in, slow them down. That's how you fake out a drone right there, Terry.
Wow. Incredible. Nice effort there by Gannon Burr. It's going to be right next to the pin for birdie.
Seriously, so good. I mean, that was incredible control from Burr.
Ricky with the catnip from way downtown. Yet to take a par. Simon just looking to drag this in. Obviously has to worry about the canopy. And that comes in a little short, but he's got a wide open putt for birdie.
All the way back. Spot. Okay, fine.
Andrew Fish throwing his third. Looks a little light.
Yeah, it's not a horrible thing to be short on that basket up there on 10. It should be an uphill putt there for Fish. Now, remember what we were talking about off the tee shot here, Terry? This is just a pitch out here for Ezra.
Yeah, I'm going to reclaim my wow. He had some big distance.
Wow, distance-wise,
yeah, the
for
distance
sure.
was big, but pulled that too far inside. I've exhausted all my wows for the day as well, Nate. So now Wysocki, the blind tee shot of 9. And I like how this is tracking right next to the pin. Wysocki doesn't want a par.
Yeah, that's a tough shot over there on 9, playing back up the hill. You don't even have any kind of landmark to aim at. You have to go off your practice round. Ricky did that perfectly. Here's Aderhold, a little long left.
Uh-oh, that's similar to that Wysocki territory. You have to come up short on this particular green, otherwise you're going to deal with some obstruction past the pin. Heimberg on the tee of 9. Uphill, blind shot.
I mean, there's literally not even a single tree that you can really aim at. This looks left, could be OB. The thick grass saves them.
So even closer than we realized. And he's going to step it off, collect himself, steps up and delivers. So Fish doing work.
7 down through 10. Putting for par after the OBT shot.
That is a solid putt by Brody Smith.
And I think that's Brody taking advantage of a very fortunate get-through. He got through that corner short on his second, or what was his third, but he took advantage of it with a great putt.
A slight difference in elevation. Looked to be the challenge there for Simon Lizotte. Looks like he threw a dead straight and the basket is just lower than where he was standing. I mean, how similar is this putt than from what we just saw by Wysocki?
Very.
It looks like Wysocki could have left his mini there practically.
Yeah.
Ezra with a little more room, but not much.
Yeah, so this angle gives us a much better view of what even Wysocki was dealing with. These branches are very low, just a few feet off the ground. He's got to really utilize that spin. Now, Ezra has a good spin putt here, but he's got to put a ton of spin on it, just pop it at the basket.
And the concentration, really, not necessarily the distance. Yes, it's an awkward stance, but just to basically be putting with branches in your face, knowing that they're going to be distracting you, and you just have to power through it. Mm-hmm. Great putt by Ezra. After such a long drive, he sure had a lot of work to do on this particular hole.
Yeah, considering how horrible the angle was for Burr to have a drop-in birdie. I mean, it just shows you how good that shot was from Gannon.
Now Heimberg on 9. Just sneaking it in. Fish on 11.
Fish has hit 91% of the fairways, and Ricky Wysocki for his first par. Oh, that was a horrible bounce out, Terry.
Still trying to understand what happened there. Yeah, Wysocki, though, with the par.
That's rough. Hole number 7 plays uphill. 345. It is an island green, but if you land outside the island, you're OB, but you play from where you landed. Today, with the weather conditions, the players can take basically an overstable mid, even an overstable fairway driver, and just kind of put it on an angle, let it drift back to the basket.
Well, my favorite island boy is out there. That's Brian Earhart. Brian, talk to us about the drive that's required here, the angle that's needed along with the distance.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing pretty far uphill, and I'd say it plays close to 450, and you have to kind of yank the disc out of your hand on that flex line to get it up the hill all the way, and I just think it's a challenging line that you have to throw with precision. I think it's a great shot for these top players.
Thanks for the insight, Brian, as we're watching Ezra step up to the tee. And that's tracking right to the pin. Great shot for Ezra.
Yeah, and even though it does play that far back uphill, as Brian just mentioned, one of the advantages that the players have is that it is uphill. And that slope up by the basket is going to help slow them down. So just jam it up there and take advantage. And all four of them have done it here. Again, just imagine a 15-mile-an-hour crosswind there. It makes that hole so much more difficult.
As they make their way up, we'll take a look at Wysocki on the tee of 10. This is pulled inside and immediately shot down. That's got a chance to roll out of bounds. And from bad to worse for Wysocki. Just a mistake you cannot make there on that tee shot.
No. No, you got to put it wide. You got to make it around that early tree. That's a big mistake from Ricky because he's going to be way back still throwing his third. It is a par 5, and Ricky will have a chance to still make par, but not going to be easy.
See the gallery on the bottom of your screen. Everybody able to take it in. Some great viewing perspective. If they look off to their right, they can probably see the fairway of the previous hole, hole number 7. Off on their left is the tee for hole number 8. Pretty incredible to think that Ezra is farthest from the pin with that drive, which speaks volumes of the rest of the card here. Looks like we should have a pretty easy star frame. Nate, that hole is really not that easy, is it?
It is definitely not that easy, but today in these conditions, 50% of the field took birdie on it, so players taking advantage.
This should be Fish's second shot on 11.
Yeah, he's put himself in nice position. Still got to throw a very accurate second. That's inside.
Yeah, he really needs to beat that left side tree.
Yeah, I don't think he did. That was just too far inside. Maybe he dribbled through a little bit, but...
And on hole number 10, Chris Dickerson had the eagle as a long-range throw-in, isn't it?
Yep, 151 feet there for Chris Dickerson. So he put himself in that position, similar to where we saw Fish, but dead aim at the basket. Boy, what an eagle. A little bit shocked to see the bogey on Dickerson's card back on hole number 8. That's when we saw him shooing away that cat, so not quite sure what happened there.
That was quite possibly a par putt that we saw him.
Yeah. Oh, this looks great from Gannon, just holding that right side. Hole 8, regardless of conditions, traditionally plays as one of the most difficult. 580 feet downhill, OB left, deep woods on the right. Really got to trust your disc on this one. That late finish. Anywhere just short of this basket, down there around the edge of circle 1, is really a tremendous shot. Kind of seeing what looks like dirt or dust. There is a dirt road just to the left of this fairway. Car just went by.
Lower level shot beelining down the hill, but off to the left for Aderhold.
I think the crowd cheering mainly there for the inbounds call. That was short and left.
I like it hugging this right side. Does it just filter back to the fairway? Looks great for Smith. You love it. Beautiful drive.
Most people just see a disc. At Discraft, we see over 40 years of innovation, driven by passion, consistency that inspires talent, built on a foundation, designed for success. Over 4 decades of experience behind your first throw.
And the gallery making their way down the fairway of hole number 8.
Watch out for the big grass there, buddy. Thought the guy was going to walk right into it.
Heimberg's third on 10. Can he throw it in like Dickerson? No, not quite, but he'll have an uphill putt for birdie.
So Aderhold got the green flag, but he was very close to the out-of-bounds line. Just took his meter relief.
Aderhold will settle for par.
And it's really not a bad par, honestly. I mean, it's one of those bonus birdies that if you get it, great. But even if you played hole number 8, even par for the weekend, you're doing pretty good.
Simon waits for a passing car.
Give you a perspective last year, Terry. Simon Lizotte from Circle 1 was perfect in his championship run here at the Des Moines Challenge last year. Already having a few issues with the putter for Lizotte. It's kind of been his Achilles heel all season long so far. Nice birdie from Burr and also from Smith.
tap in as we head over to Ben Calloway throwing his approach on 10.
Ooh.
Looks like it's going to check up safe ultimately. A little stressful there for Calloway. Burridge. Easy approach. And kudos to the gallery who we saw a pretty big one out there this morning. I have to assume quite a few are sticking around and got here early so they could come back out this afternoon, taking a whole nother round of golf.
You got 30 seconds.
As they're hustling around, and they too are on a timer.
Look at how steep.
And while they clear out of the way, we're going to stand down for just a moment. We'll be right back.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Welcome back. That's our gallery getting into position. Brian, this is an uphill shot that looks blind. Is there any reference point that our players have to aim or throw at when throwing this tee shot? As Brian's going to search for that reference point, we have Burr ready to go.
I think that was a simple no. There really isn't, honestly, Terry. I mean, it is so steep right up off the front of the tee pad that the players have to look up so high you can barely see the top of one tree. And that's going to be your only reference. But really, this is where your preparation comes in so critical. You're trying to find that similar line, similar release point, and then follow the flight of the disc. Wow, Brody almost throwing it in. That was impressive.
And a moment ago, I saw Brian right there, so I apologize. He was right behind the tee. So as I'm asking for a reference point, he's standing right next to one of our competitors. That was my bogey there. Sorry. Lazat. Also basket hunting. He's going to land just short. He'll have a putt from inside circle one. Not a problem for Aderhold. Let's see if he can convert on the putt.
Did you cut him over the table? No, I don't.
Kevin Jones currently in your top 10. Sitting at 8 under. This is his approach on 11.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and call that 9 under.
Yeah, we'll give it to him, Terry.
9 under through 11.
There's a Yeti in there, Terry.
Yeah, I think Jay is out there.
You got to watch out. The Yetis in Iowa are lurking.
That Yeti is the one we saw. The other Yeti we all know and love, the Hall of Famer, is sitting in a tie for 66th at the moment. He has tied up with a number of others, including James Conrad, the world champ. 2 under effort for the day in round number 1.
So elevated basket and an uphill putt. Burr going to be aiming at probably the bottom of that flag there. It's a nice pop.
He converts from long range. Nice work from Burr.
I think Simon really needs to see this one go down. Just inside circle 1. Very makeable putt.
He likes your play on there, Doss.
I mean, he's been playing solid, but just even those 2 missed putts, that's been the difference from what could have been an all-star front 9. Still solid play from Simon. 6 down through 9 holes.
This group's loving the star frames as Brody's about to complete another one. Speaking of stars, Gannon Burr, the young 18-year-old, one of our rising stars in the sport. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming at you.
It's such a little change to the basket, but it makes such a significant difference.
Sometimes it's not, you're not in a situation where you can get that extra reverb off the pole. I mean, I'm constantly having to putt like in a hotel room or indoors or out back late at night is my favorite time to actually putt.
I can like put this in the backyard at 11 o'clock at night and no one's gonna be mad at me.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Pulsade Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
Gannon Burr with his tee shot on 10 as we head into the back 9, round 1.
10 playing as the 3rd easiest hole. Pretty much a must birdie on a day like today.
Kevin Jones on the tee of 12.
Yeah, he did officially tap in that birdie back on 11. Watching that one intently. Short right can be rough over there on 12. Brody going with the big power backhand hyzer. That's pretty much the only way to play this tee shot. It's kind of actually 2 of those in a row. put yourself in position, and then you attack the basket from there. There's almost no chance to go for this green in 2 unless you were to do something extremely special off of the tee shot, which on a day like today, without any helping wind, almost seems impossible. Oh, and Simon barely kept that in bounds. Have a good angle on his second shot. And that's going to be well out of bounds for Ezra Aderhold. He's going to be left well back as well.
We'll jump up ahead to Chris Dickerson now on the tee of 12. Splits the uprights as it skips straight. It does. That is a bullseye hit for Chris Dickerson.
Now, earlier we saw Ricky go out of bounds in a similar position. That said, Ricky went on to throw out of bounds on his what was his third shot. And from that position, he actually did well to get himself a bogey. He was able to get up and down. But the 2 penalty strokes did lead to that bogey. So for Aderhold, you see that big tree out there? He's trying to go just around that. And that's the perfect landing zone here after this second shot. And even Ezra couldn't get all the way around it, but sneaks under it. He'll have a look towards the basket.
We're going to take a look at Nate's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, you certainly need to commit to these shots. As we play this back nine, there's a lot of holes where you really have to put yourself in position off the tee. Otherwise, there's almost no chance to make birdie. Game plan scenarios. We're going to see that later in the final 9 holes here. There's some holes that you better know what you're going to do if you get in certain situations. And then, of course, as always, circle 1 in regulation. That has been the key here at Des Moines. It's very difficult to make circle 2 putts out here at this course, and you need to put yourself in position to make birdies.
And I love the move there by Gannon. He calls over at least one card mate, talking about where he's going to put his foot and the stance in which he plans to take, and he wants to confirm with everyone that it is going to be a legal stance, and he does so before throwing. Not a bad standstill effort from there. For the first time today, we're seeing AB, Anthony Barella. This is a birdie look on 12. Yeah! Not a problem. Calvin Heimberg throwing his third. This looks like it would typically be your second, but it's his third. And he should be able to get up and down and save par. He had to pitch out to that spot. if the roll helps, it certainly doesn't hurt. So Brody going to be content with that second shot.
Now, if Simon wanted to try to go at this green from this angle, it is possible, but it's a very risky shot. You have to put it well out over OB, and no, he's not going to do it at all. He's just going to play this one safe down there towards where we just saw Smith land, and he's done nicely. Over the years, we have seen players from that position try to go big over the trees. It's really more of a lucky shot than it is a true gap. So I think a smart play by Simon. Just take advantage of the good tee shot, put yourself in position, try to make the birdie.
Good run.
Kevin Jones doesn't convert. Here's Callaway. That was an attempt for par by Ben, so finding trouble there.
11 is a very tricky hole. Do see a lot of bogeys over there on 11. Playing is the second most difficult. So here's Ezra's fourth shot. Sidearm is definitely the easiest way to attack this basket. The angle of the sidearm coming in and the angle of the hill play against each other perfectly. You don't have to worry about any kind of roll away, and he's done that nicely.
This is Gavin Babcock that we're seeing for the first time today. That's his 7th birdie in the last 8 holes, and as you can see, he moves to 8 under overall. So again, that card continuing to push one another. Babcock on that card along with Kevin Jones.
And I got to throw a big shout out to world champ Greg Barsby. Barsby bogeyed hole number 1, and since then has shot 11 under par. He's got just 1 hole to play, and he's 10 down. See if he can't find himself in that tie for the lead.
Of course, Gavin from Altoona, Iowa. Currently a world ranking of 62nd. Good friend and kind of rolls in the same crew along with this man, Gannon Burr. Effective shot for Burr. Within 20 of the pin. Needs to come in flat so it can kind of slide up the hill, but instead short. So Simon will have to earn it with a decent putt.
Yeah, and to me, him going backhand there kind of indicates that he's not fully confident in the sidearm. But either way, a chance to make birdie still. Here's that scorecard of Barsby. Like I said, bogeyed 1. And it's played pretty well since then.
Certainly has. C1X putting percentage 100% for Barsby. He's trying to get to that 11 under. The question is, are we going to see someone get to a dozen? 11 seems to be the mark right now as we have 3 co-leaders there.
God, the over-under on that's got to be in favor of the yes, because there's a lot of guys halfway through their round that are really very close to that number.
Here's Babcock on 13. And he should be adding, he will add another one to the scorecard with that. Gavin Babcock doing work today. Heimberg, backhand. Down on 12. That slide just past the pin. Looks makeable. You said it earlier, Nate. Simon's putting has been letting him down this year, and I would say that's a great example of it.
Yeah, it's a putt that, again, last year he was perfect inside of circle one, and he had to win in a 4-hole playoff. Today, he's already missed 3 very makeable putts, and he still is playing okay. But ultimately, that eventually catches up to you because the mental weight that each one of those putts that don't go in create is like a ton of bricks, each one of them, and they pile on more and more and more. Simon needs to see putts go in.
Anthony Barella, tee of 13.
Yeah, 13, very tricky, but boy, we've seen 2 great shots so far from this group. Plays slightly downhill. Trying to just throw this little bit of a turnover shot that doesn't quite turn over all the way, but doesn't quite flip out. You just want it to stay straight on this line. Dickerson's going to play that wide look. Not bad.
Yeah, chasing the spotter out of the way. That'll give him a look.
Yeah, it's not as good as the other 2, but hole number 11, second most difficult hole on the course. Massive dog leg to the left. The players have to throw big hyzers off the tee, trying to find position here. And then second shot towards a very difficult sloping from left to right green.
Jones with his birdie luck. Off the top for Kevin.
That's a great position there for Brody. Have a beautiful angle. Anything down towards that short tee that we just saw Brody in head of is really nice position. But one of the reasons what makes Pickard so great is that Brody Smith is only a few feet from being out of position. And that's one of the reasons why this course is so beloved by the players. Got to execute. Simon does the same. You can see that basket out there on that left to right slope. See a lot of rollaways on this basket. See if Ezra can put himself in position.
Quite the collection area over there. Ezra's will be the one that will be least desirable of those few that we see, but very, very common spot to be. Now, Chris Dickerson.
About 40-footer for Chris Dickerson. He is on one heck of a roll today, minus that very strange bogey that we saw back there on 8.
Wysocki on the green of 12. This is a birdie look. So
Ricky has made one par, which was a spit out from 5 feet, basically. Maybe call it 8 feet. And everything else is birdies or bogeys. Kind of feel like Ricky needs to right the ship right now. I mean, 5 down. He's played, what, now 12 holes? He really needs to kind of level out and pick up some birdies because all those bogeys are just going to add up.
Brian, if you could assess the 4 different lies that we have. I know 3 of them are similar, but go ahead and break them down for us, if you would, here on 11.
Well, either way, there's a really tight gap that they're going to have to hit, and it kind of funnels up towards the top. And the hard part is you're moving uphill to get to this sloped green, but you have to challenge the ceiling. So it's just a really tight spot to be. I really love this change they made a few years ago to turn this into a par 4. Now really making the players earn it on this second shot.
Thank you, Brian. And as I'm looking at that tee pad thinking, man, you just want to be a few feet left of it probably.
Yeah, that would create pretty much sort of a much more simple hyzer look than what Burr's trying to do here. He's trying to play a very tricky shot, trying to throw it with just a little bit of turnover and trying to flex it back, but you really have to push it through this gap and get it all the way back to the basket.
He pushes through, he makes the gap, but from there, that will likely just be an up and down for the par.
So this next set of players, just a few feet forward. As you said, Ezra kicked forward and to the right. He'll probably have the worst angle of the 3. And yeah, you see all 3 discs there. Brody's put his mini down and the other 2 drives. Simon will have the best angle. Brody right in the middle. This looks good. And just about a foot and a half to the right, Ezra is going to have to throw some sort of flex shot. He has no run-up. I mean, we just saw Brody with a full, clean run-up. Ezra looks more like maybe a standstill for him here. He's got this bush right behind him. Still very doable here.
You couldn't ask for much more than that. And taking full advantage of the near perfect lie, Simon is going to put himself right next to the basket. That's going to be a tap-in birdie for Lazat on 11. And if you want to watch live disc golf throughout the rest of the weekend, please go out there and subscribe to the Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf, discgolfnetwork.com. Of course, if you're a PDGA member, a current member, you also receive a 50% discount on your monthly subscription. So go out and subscribe today. I know plenty of you are watching out on the YouTubes. Welcome in for today's free round. The next 2 days will be exclusively on the network.
Gannon Burr made that upshot look relatively easy, but look at how far he was away from the basket, able to utilize the jump putt, and we've seen upshots from even the angle that Burr was on pick up and roll away. So that's going to end the birdie streak that Burr was on of 8 in a row. If you're going to end it on any hole, 11's one of the ones you would expect. Just 18% of the field have taken birdie here today, playing at the second most difficult hole.
Eighter hold with no problem picking up the birdie. Brody looking to do the same. And Smith in for birdie.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
The Wasp, especially the Z Wasp, it did go in the bag really early. It's great for kind of that in-between stability. I can flex it if I need to. I can throw it on hyzer. It's dependable and it holds up in the wind.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is gonna be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having the stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Welcome back, Brody Smith, now on the tee of 12.
Hole 12, very short. 260 feet. There is an out of bounds down there, and the two Mandos. We're going to have to wait to see on that one.
Or we can, we'll ask our friend Brian. Brian, did you get a good look at that, and did he for sure make the Mando?
Yeah, got a decent look at it. I saw a Mando make, but I did see a red flag from the spotter coming out there showing Brody up there.
For the insight, Brian has no problems for Lazat in his forehand.
So just past those two Mando trees, Terry, down in the bottom of the goalie, there is the out of bounds that's down there. And then the right side, as you get up towards the basket, there is an out of bounds line right of the basket as well. But again, one of the shortest holes on the course, 260 feet. It just requires a piercing sidearm or a fading backhand. That's just going to be a little bit low and short. %48% of the field have birdied here.
Catch some edge. It skips straight, doesn't look too punishing, and Burr's going to have a look for the birdie.
I like playing a little left. Miss the rock because the rock will go with a 35 footer uphill.
It's Kevin Jones on the 14th. He was short right Going to go way over the top. This is a dangerous shot.
Yes, spotters need to be alerted for this.
Spotters, spectators, fellow competitors.
Yeah, everyone ducking and holding their head, not knowing where that's going to come down. Brody's approach goes deep, so that might leave a little work on there just to say bogey.
Yeah, and this hole, Terry, any out-of-bounds shot or any mandatory miss proceeded to the drop zone. So irregardless if he missed the Mando or was OB, he proceeded to that drop zone. So throwing his third from there. Here's Aderhold with the uphill birdie look.
Just an inch or two short for Aderhold.
A miss here and a double bogey for Smith would derail what has been otherwise a pretty solid round there for Brody. Brody currently 7 under with that bogey on hole number 1. So drop him all the way down into a tie for 37th, currently sitting in a tie for 19th. Solid putt.
Yeah, that's to save the bogey.
Definitely be frustrated with that one.
Gavin Babcock throwing his second on 14.
His tee shot got way down there. But, of course, he was out of position. And thank goodness the guys were off of 15. So that would have been another head knocker.
And Chris Dickerson with a gentle approach. We'll be right back.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out trilogychallenge.com.
I've kind of built my game around the distance drive off side of the game. And that's kind of where all the consistency of a nuke comes in, is knowing that it's going to have that consistent distance. And the nuke has kind of been that perfect disc to fit that slot and give me confidence off the tee.
Simon going with the route less traveled for sure. We saw this last year a few times. Instead of trying to pipe it up through the middle and playing through any one of these gaps, Simon trying to take all that out of play, going with the big hyzer line. And frankly, I'm surprised we're not seeing that by some of our bigger arms like the Gannon Burrs for that exact reason, because Gannon is going to struggle mightily now to get up and down and save par.
That was good.
I know there's danger on that right side. That's why you're hesitating there, Nate. I know there's danger and out of bounds, but, man, if you've got that big booming hyzer and you want to hit that line, it should at least secure you a par, even if you flail it off to the left.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that statement there, Terry, but, you know, obviously the road less traveled is one that's less manicured as well. And Simon's utilizing the treetops there. He's trying to hit those treetops, fall, find himself inbounds, which he's done, but he's going to be well left. This could find OB. It's got to sit. Whoa, and he gets the green flag. That was very close to being out of bounds, but otherwise he'll have a birdie putt.
I want that to be a little straight.
Kevin, who's over by the 15th tee, almost throwing that one in. So we'll see what Burr's got. But before that, we'll take a look at the other Iowa player here today, Babcock. A little inside there. Short left. Back to the search party for Burr.
And big thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory. Head over to flightfactorydisc.com and use the code DGPT10 for 10% off of your order. Flight Factory bringing us so many of our drone overview and aerial shots throughout this 2023 season. We want to throw it out to Brian for a moment. Brian, do you know what the conversation is with maybe the lie down there?
Oh, it has to be all behind. Everything has to be behind?
No, I actually... I don't know yet. I'm walking up there, but I believe he's stuck in a place that might be tough to get to.
Updated to
a tough lie.
Ryan, if it's behind my lie and in front of my lie, can I move it?
Or did they change that?
Yeah.
That's like a brand new thing? Not the guy to ask.
Play both.
I'm confused on that as well.
Yeah, just do both.
Sorry. Because they like just changed that, right?
Provision, I'll play with it in the line, then I'll move it.
Yeah.
Well, you're hearing some questioning as to whether or not something I think can be moved, and the group is uncertain. So you heard Gavin say he's going to play it both ways. Excuse me, Gannon say he's going to play it both ways, and he's calling a provisional, which is a perfect decision to make here. If you're uncertain of a ruling or the way something can be handled, playing it out both ways with a provisional call is your best bet.
I loved how they asked Brian. They were asking Brian Earhart what his opinion was on the rule change, but either way, like you said, Terry, playing both ways. Talk to the TD, Marshall. I mean, you can see why he's asking. Because it's actually this stick that's going right up between his legs right now. That's the one he's asking if he can move. And with that moved, it would potentially be a little bit of an easier stance. You can see the basket down there. With Gannon's long legs, he's able to stretch out here in the patent pending stance. And just going to try to pop a little backhand down there.
And just as a clarification, because I myself have been out there many times like Brian, we are not out there in any official capacity for rulings on the card. We may see where a disc lies. We may, provide some input if asked, but we are in no official capacity when out there doing the sideline reporting. And I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Looks like Gannon does have his stance and should be ready to go here. And some of this may be irrelevant because if Gannon
he might just take it. I mean, he might just take it.
Did I say provisional?
I mean, even if he calls it, he can just take it.
Okay.
I mean, he does not have to throw again.
You have to play. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
So now moving the stick out of the way of which he was, I think, originally asking about.
Go.
And Gannon putting another one right next to it. So if he were to go on to make both putts, of course, the score would be the same regardless.
Calvin with a long birdie look here.
Okay, third straight for Heimberg, and that's 5 out of the last 6 as Wysocki looks on.
So Babcock was short left, but avoided the tall grass. Chance to still get up by the green. He's got to play it wide. It slopes from right to left up by the basket.
Oh, Kevin Babcock almost rings up hole 15 in 2 strokes. Drops down next to the pin. That will be a tap-in birdie.
That was sick. At the moment, that's shot of the day for me, Terry.
I was watching it come in. I'm thinking this is really solid. It's going to check up pretty close. And not complaining about the basket getting in the way there.
Yeah, inches from an eagle. Did want to mention when we went to commercial break, we saw our top 10 leaderboard, and Greg Barsby has officially birdied hole number 18. He finished with 4 straight birdies, so Barsby is now in that tie for the lead, and with his PDGA number being so low, I think most certainly we'll see a little bit of Greg Barsby tomorrow on our lead card, depending on how many other scores we see come in. But
yeah,
I think most certainly Greg's probably the lowest PDGA number in the tournament.
Yeah, he's in the
maybe Yeti might be in there too, but
yeah, they're in the 15,000 area. I know Barsby's in the 15,000. If I recall, Jay's probably in the 15 or 16,000 area as well.
And I know Simon has a low PDGA number because of the German block that he had when he signed up. So either way, Barsby, what a great round. A couple other rounds that are up there in the top 10. You got Dickerson at 9. You got Babcock, who is going to have a chance to go to 10 here in just a moment. And Andrew Fish is at 9. So all those guys can still potentially get to 11 or 12.
No chains required.
I used one of your wows, Terry.
There you go. We get 2 per round. Incredible.
Awesome.
Now, see if Gannon can make both of these putts. I'm expecting he will. So, as we said, it's going to be a 3 on his scorecard either way.
All right, so it's a 3.
Yeah.
I think a deeper conversation will be had about that situation. I know you and I will be talking about it tonight over dinner, Terry.
Kevin Jones throwing his second in really good position on 15, but that's the most common miss is to off to that left-hand side. You're almost guaranteed you're going to have a low ceiling, restricted putt, and probably through some spindly trees over there. So Kevin Jones has work to do.
So Calvin back on the tee of the same hole. It's an uphill shot. And you want to kind of push that right side. Calvin's done this nicely. Yeah, he should be in good position.
Well, low ceiling, few trees to deal with. And Jones finds the bottom of the basket, burying it.
Yeah, 49 feet for Kevin Jones. Now he's at 10. I mean, we could see a 12 or a 13 out of K. Jones. I mean, just think. Barsby finished with 4 straight birdies. We could easily see Kevin Jones do that. We could see Dickerson do that as well, but he's got to make this putt first.
Dickerson is in.
And another 50-footer on this card. And the basket hit from Babcock. Wow.
Fireworks.
There's another one. There's another one, Terry. I think that's my allotment.
On hole 15 today.
Yeah, 15. Bringing some heat. I think the whole day. It's a hot day out there. A lot of birdies out on this course. Sense of urgency from the field. Get as low as you can. Get to the top of the leaderboard early.
Currently, Gavin Babcock has the best scorecard without a bogey.
Yeah.
8-er-hold. Doesn't love it.
14, considered one of the signature holes out here at Pickard Park. Position play off of the tee. Can't just throw it down there as far as you want to. Got to put yourself in position, and then a very tricky second shot over water, through a gap. And let's see where Simon lands in that. It's nearly perfect, Terry. You can see the creek down there. Simon should have a great angle.
Go through it, go around it, something.
I'm wondering from Brian, with these conditions, what speed of disc are these players going with? Mid-range, fairways, something like that?
Well, I think that's one of the coolest parts about this hole. You see all different types of discs being thrown here. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of fairway driver. You obviously don't want that saw off to the left side. Then you completely ruin your chances of birdie. But you still need to push enough distance down the fairway to take away the low ceiling and make it a bit more accessible. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. It's like the 7 to 9 range of speed.
Now Gavin Babcock tees off on 16.
16, super tricky. A lot of out of bounds by the basket.
He knows he sawed it off early, but it still leaks all the way down. He's going to have a circle's edge putt.
Yeah, in a way you can almost play 16 as a saw-off short. Try to play that little trickle effect like you're talking about. And he's in good position. Here's Callaway. Pretty good control there. Wasn't quite as severely to the left like we saw from Kevin Jones.
Slightly wider here for Dickerson, chasing, oh no, and Chris out of bounds. He will have a chance to save the par, though. That puts him somewhere in circle 2 for his look.
So with Calvin being so high on the hill, here's the view he has. Can completely see the basket, but the angle is more difficult. He's going to have to push this more to the right and a little flatter to avoid the drift left, and he hasn't done it. That's going to be way left.
That's exactly the miss that you often see here. And we've seen a few of them already, Dickerson, Jones, and many others that drift off to the left-hand side for the obstructed putt. Then again, we've seen 2 obstructed putts from 50 feet go in, so
yeah. I
maybe
still,
there's something over there.
From where Calvin landed, you'd like to see him push it a little bit of a less stable disc to try to hold the angle against the hillside. Hold early, hits a branch early, kicks him short and left. Still gets the green flag from the spotters. Or a red flag. I don't know. There was 2 spotters there. One gave green, one gave red. We'll find out in a moment.
Kevin Jones trying to get to double digits, and that's going to get him there. Beautiful low line drive out of Jones, slowing down just as it gets to the pin.
Well, and it was that little kiss that he took off the hillside there. Perfect speed. Looks like we're going to see the over-the-top shot from Burr. We see this from players that are way to the left. It's dangerous, but we've seen people get birdies this way. About perfect from that position.
He's going to keep it rolling. Gavin Babcock now moves to 11 under.
Tied for the lead.
Heimberg trying to make it 6 of his last 7.
Come on. What is going on 15? Incredible putt from Calvin from 60.
And crazy to think how we were talking about Calvin and his early putting struggles on the first couple of holes, and he's really turned things around. Now, Lizotte also going to go up and over. And does it even better than Burr. Lizotte near bullseye hit.
And I just want to say, watching Simon throw that shot, look at that. That's exactly what I was about to say. The angle that Simon's able to throw this on is not a shot that a lot of players on tour can actually throw. This is a true spike hyzer. He's able to put a ton of angle on this and just get it to fly basically straight, Terry. Even though he's throwing a hyzer, it's going straight because it's so up and down. Impressive stuff from Simon.
Can Smith follow suit?
That's usually what you see. As the disc flattens out from being severely up and down, it drifts more to the left. And that's exactly why the shot from Simon was so impressive. Not a horrible shot from Brody, but not a lot of players in the field that can throw that severely up and down on a spike hyzer line. Hold did go out of bounds. So the spotter that was short gave him the green flag, and then the spotter that was on the backside of the creek said, no, he didn't get over. So that's going to be the out of bounds for Hold. Of course, he'll confirm that here in a moment, but
now Wysocki with his second shot on 15. And I like how he hangs this out wider, and it comes in nice and flat, checks up, no problems for Wysocki.
Okay, so Hold confirming here is a very questionable. I see it as inbounds, Terry. It all depends on where the next
or where the stake was,
and the next stake.
Yeah,
because that's where your line is.
Certainly, assuming that they got a good look at it ahead of time. Oh no. And that's going to be obstructed as well. He may have no clean swing to possibly get a putt in from there.
Yeah, it could be just a chip. Just a chip out.
I like the line here by Calvin, and that's going to filter down to the basket. Yeah, he'll be inside circle one from there.
I would even expect potential bullseye there for Calvin. Crowd certainly liked it.
Drop. Oh, brother, dude.
I'm like 37. Is it me next?
You see just how frustrated that we have Earhart. Not a real good line. He does have a look, more of a look than I thought he'd have, but still low percentage one at that.
So if he was out of bounds, that's going to be a double bogey for Earhart. That'll knock him from 7 under down to 5 under.
Yeah, and there was confirmation. I think it's our resolution possibly that it was. There's a string down there, and it was quite clear, I guess, to everyone else that it was out of bounds. Alrighty. Easy birdie for Gannon.
I mean, after Gannon starting with the bogey par on 1 and 2, he has only taken 2 pars since on 11 and 13. Looked like one of the best players out there today. No question about that.
So you got me on that. Oh, go. You got me on that one. I was going to throw a forehand, and then I saw how easy they got looked.
He's finishing 4 holes are very tricky, but still all birdieable. Man, can Gavin Babcock. We saw the putt he made on 16, 17 a little bit longer this year, and then of course 18, the 1,000-foot par 5. And let's jump over to the tee pad of 17, Terry. Here's that new tee pad up higher from last year, added about 100 feet.
Hold up.
Still requires a ton of precision. A lot of late trees here on 17.
That's leaking left, but gets the kick right to the pin. Everything coming up roses for Gavin Babcock today. Unreal. I was just thinking how his leaking left, he's going to have probably an obstructed putt, and it caroms right to the pin.
Hey man, you take it when it's given, right? I mean, that's a part of the game. And he's taking advantage of it. That putt will be to become the leader of the tournament outright. Shot from Burr, he'll be in perfect position. The only The two things you cannot do here on the tee of 15 is A, just pound it too far straight. There is an out of bounds line that runs that right side of the fairway. And B, leave it on the inside. Too short, finding the thick stuff, and this is exactly what Smith has done. That's a big mistake there from Brody Smith. Good shot from Ezra.
Wysocki pinched up on the left side, just going to pitch it up, but gives it a solid run.
No way Ricky's laying up.
Yeah, I was going to say, couldn't be too aggressive with it in the sense that there was OB behind it, but still gave it a chance. Kevin Jones, does he need any tree assist? No. Right there.
I mean, seriously, that group could be playing together tomorrow. We'll see.
And Heimberg, you called it inside the bullseye. You were right.
Dickerson did bogey on 16 after going OB.
And he should be able to erase the bogey, picking up a birdie and a bounce back there on 17.
This just gives me eerie remembrance of what happened last year with Robert Burridge. He ended up being short left here, ended up pitching out, went on to bogey the hole, and that was ultimately the stroke that he would have needed to take Simon out in regulation. Brody's done a good job to get back up to the top of the hill. But just a complete misfire off the tee.
Tight up top. All the 11s, the 10s. Man, just think about what we'll see tomorrow. And also, I mean, let's go all the way back to the opening of the show and talking about Simon Lizotte, thinking about weather, what it means to be in position, to know you're a contender because you may have a shortened tournament. Now, I know the PDGA also released an update just in the last week or two as to how some non-completed rounds may get adjusted and what could happen in some of those scenarios. Let's hope none of that plays out. We see at least 54 holes, but you got to think anything can happen here. Big thanks to Ty Tanat along with the rest of the crew and the likes of Seth Muncy on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, always keeping an eye out for everyone's safety. Now, Smith trying to get up and down, see if he can possibly salvage the par yet.
Yeah, great chance. He put himself in good position and committed to the hyzer. That's a pretty good shot.
It is, but it still leaks down.
But that's the collection point. He didn't go shooting into the woods. He kind of stayed out on the edge. So right around the edge of circle one there for Smith. Be a really good par if he could pick that one up. Let's see if Simon can commit to the slightly less stable shot here. It's going to go wide. That's going to be left of the basket.
Not far from where Brody just landed.
It takes full commitment to throw something a little less stable, push it out over the OB line on the right side, and not just play to that lower left side.
Burr trying to push to double digits.
Yeah, let's see if Burr can make that adjustment. A lot of times, you know, the easiest shot here to throw is the big, wide, overstaple shot, but a little less stability is not what Burr's going to do.
Not at all. Rarely do you see somebody go this high to attack, and he sticks the landing.
Yeah. I mean,
Love it.
He made that work. That is much more dangerous. Either way, great shot from Burr. This is the birdie putt from Dickerson.
Colorful scorecard out there today. Chris Dickerson gets to double digits. And Gavin Babcock is your outright leader. First and only man to a dozen under so far. Gavin has never had the lead at an Elite Series event or played on a lead card. However, we did see him at the Champions Cup last year where he was on the lead card. Tomorrow could be a new personal record for him. Let's hope he can close out strong on 18.
Bringing left side into play, but got the green flag.
I've got some Jonesboro Cat Merch vibes, you know, home state representing, trying to get this big win.
Well, I mean, we got Ben Calloway, we've got Gavin Babcock, we've got, of course, Gannon Burr, who is about to be putting for double digits himself. Simon will have a putt for double digits. Not much of one, but I mean, we have seen putts be made here so far. 2 50-footers, 1 60-footer. Let's see if Simon can join the party.
Rollaways can happen, and that one did catch edge. However, it checked up pretty quickly, but that is of concern when putting from down below this basket. Could be a huge par save for Smith.
So high every single putt, man.
Wasn't short on power. You see him self-reflecting, saying that he put too much on it. The fact that he had that much of a look was a little bit of a win in itself, but it's going to be putting a bogey on the scorecard.
Solid bounce back birdie for Aderhold there. You know, just look at the slope that we see here, Terry, and the commitment that it took from Burr to throw that spike and get it to stick.
As we look back at what we saw here on 15 earlier, that was Kevin Jones pumped up with the straddle jumper. Another straddle jumper coming in from Chris Dickerson. And Calvin Heimberg was also obstructed. Gavin Babcock almost made a different highlight reel from way back in the fairway. He didn't want to get it done with the putter. So some fireworks on 15. Now Heimberg is on 17. Circle's edge.
It is back uphill. Aim at that top band. Commit to it. Wow, completely dropped out on him there. That's a disappointing missed putt, and that'll add to the bucket of missed putts for Calvin today, even though he is 10 under on his round. Babcock going to go to the sidearm.
Successfully dissecting hole 18 so far for Babcock.
Now we've seen 16 be played several times already from previous groups. And you're just barely trying to creep over the edge. The best one we saw so far was from Kevin Jones, who barely kissed the top of the hill. Brought him right down towards the basket. We also saw the one from Calvin, who went a little higher with something more overstable. So 2 ways to get to the same position. Burr going to go for that kiss. Yes. Perfect. That's exactly what you're trying to do, Terry Miller.
And even Gannon doesn't know just how close that is, being the blind shot that it is. It's come in short. That's probably in the same neighborhood as where we saw Wysocki with his attempt. So could be dangerous.
That looks short left, but it's going to push, and he gets around the corner. Very fortunate there for Simon. He would be a little bit worried about that after the release point, but pretty much a bullseye hit.
Park job for Brody Smith. And Ricky Wysocki putting it right up the middle. This tight fairway. Looks like a hole that you'd find possibly over there in Norway even, where action is also taking place. We've got live coverage happening all weekend. So make sure you tune in. When you're done with this, there's probably more golf being played. We have the Swedish Open next weekend. Skellefteå taking place in the first week of July. And then throughout 4 more events to be covered. Paul Macbeth, Bradley Williams, and Elias Luukkonen all shot 7 under. Those are your 3 co-leaders after round number 1 over there in Norway. Orvin Jarnes, I see there on the board.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Macbeth's starting to get his motor running over there in Europe. He's been over there about a month so far. And he's now at the top
when it's all said and
the board.
And when it's all said and done, 16 hours of live coverage on the Disc Golf Network. And only here do you see the throw in from way deep. Ezra trying to close out strong.
Now that's a really good double bounce back after the double bogey. He made the birdie on the previous hole and then just goes for it here. Beautiful. Another star frame for our superstars
I was
here.
just thinking, how many have we had?
I think this group's had about 3 or 4.
At least 3.
So guys with a chance to make the lead card still Simon Lizotte. I mean, really, it's kind of Simon, Burr. I don't know. That's about it. We'll see.
Oh, and Jones looks to have pulled that one over, and that looks out of bounds for Jones. He is. And he had a clean scorecard.
Yeah.
No bogeys for Jones.
That's perfect for Calvin. So throwing the sidearm here on this third shot into the green. That's when it becomes scary, because if you go out over that OB line, you could be left well back, and par is really out of the question. So if you're going to miss right.
This has a great angle on it. And almost throwing in for the eagle. It's about the only way he could have topped some of his efforts here today. Another eagle bid as we're rolling the Zuka replay. Just a few feet short.
He'll have that putt for a 13 down and a 2-shot lead as it stands at the moment. And Burr is chasing him down. The buddies are going to be playing tomorrow most likely. That should move Burr to 12. Wow. I just said it, Terry, but I can't not. It's just, it's exciting
It
stuff.
certainly is. Earhart. Trying to push up that left side. He'll have an obstructed putt.
Yeah, and ultimately what's gotten Ezra today is just a little bit of inconsistency with the release point. He just has not been able to fully commit, and he's made a few errors, but still battled nicely. Simon with a chance still for the lead card tomorrow. He's got to get through here. That short left. Still a birdie on the final hole. Could potentially put him in that lead card, depending on what Jones does.
Yeah, Simon would have all, as we said, all tiebreakers. I believe his number is 8-3-3-2.
There you go.
And what a forehand by Smith. And that might be the first forehand I feel like I've seen on 17 today. And he does it to perfection.
One of those, like, good enough shot.
Yeah, Brody, he has a good game where he's able to use both the backhand and the sidearm with good proficiency. And, you know, again, it's just been some of those release point issues.
Yes, please. The Zuka replay here for Chris Dickerson. Throwing his third. And this will set him up for the tap-in birdie to close out. Chris Dickerson to get to 11 under.
Yeah, a 2-bogey 11 with an eagle. And here's Jones throwing his fifth. So that putt will be for bogey. That'll drop Kevin back to 10 down.
Oh, and a slip by Heimberg. Will it cost him anything?
It's green flag.
That's
it's just a
green
position shot there on the second shot.
You saw his left foot slide out from underneath him. Brian, Lizotte looks somewhat perplexed. Is this going to be time for a trick shot?
Brian is also perplexed, Terry.
Understandably. Simon doesn't love his angle. First rule of trick shots, Simon, you already know you got to get out of the way of the camera so we can watch it go in.
See if Aderhold can pull another rabbit out of the hat. Does have this straddle. It's makeable. Slightly uphill. Got to commit high. Probably aiming towards the top of that flag, honestly.
Kevin Jones trying to close out. This would be a bogey for Jones, and it's short, which means a double.
So I was saying the 10 under, he would have had to make that putt. Now he goes back to 9. So those could be very critical strokes come tomorrow and, of course, Sunday. But still overall relatively solid round there for Kevin. He's going to be disappointed with the finish. Now this putt for the 13.
And Gavin Babcock birdies 9 of the last 10, 13 out of 18 on the round, setting, or should I say tying the course record. What a day for one of the men from Iowa.
Wow. Good friends, Iowans, top of the leaderboard. Can Gannon Burr equal his friend and Gavin Babcock? Only time will tell.
Could be a 2-stroke lead for both of them if Gannon can finish with a birdie. Now, Kelvin Heimberg.
Calvin going to go with this forehand. Yep, pushed it back there nicely. That'll be a similar putt to what we just saw from Kevin. Hole 18, par 5, 1,080 feet. Plays uphill the entire way back to the clubhouse. A good tee shot here is up there and pretty relatively close to the left side out of bounds line. It should give you a cleaner second shot. But both the tee shot and the and the second are really for position. It kind of is your game plan on the third of what you do to get to that point. This hole back in 2004, same tee pad, same fairway, but we play to the basket of what is hole number 5 now. So added about 200 feet to this hole here for the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Big pull for Ezra Aderhold. And so Simon's fate of lead card is exclusively in his hands. He's currently sitting at 10 under, as you see the consistency there. He's at 10 under. If he gets to 11, he would have a tiebreaker against Greg Barsby with a lower PDGA number, but that would keep him and Greg presumably on the lead card, and that would knock off Dawson, who I think is in the 45,000. So if Simon Lizotte birdies, he's on lead card with Greg Barsby, along with then presumably Gannon Burr and Gavin Babcock.
Well, and an entire group of 11 under. So basically the whole second card could theoretically be on the lead card from a scoring perspective. Here's Ricky throwing this sidearm third that we've seen so far from many players. Oh, and great speed control there from Ricky. That's basically a tap-in birdie.
Wysocki does put in for the birdie. Calvin Heimberg in for birdie, and he's at 11.
Boy, a 3 bogey 8 under for Ricky Wysocki. You know, if he just flips those into pars, he shoots 11. If he turns one of them into a birdie, he shoots a 12. Ricky, today is going to be a what could have been versus what is.
And interesting as we look at the scoring, 3 of our top competitors in the tournament all started today with bogeys.
It's wild. It's wild to look at that, honestly. And if Gannon can somehow birdie here on 18, he's going to have a 14 birdie, 1 bogey day. If I do my math right, that equals 3 pars. It's a little bit low right there for Burr. Create a little bit more of a slope on his third shot, the footing.
That'll work. And before we cut you loose for the day, because I know you have Tournament Central obligations, anything you want to share with us, Brian, one last time today?
I mean, if we get to watch Gannon and his buddy Gavin playing the lead card tomorrow in Iowa at Gannon's home course, that's going to be a special day. I can't wait for that.
Now the question is, will they caddy for each other or hold each other's umbrella? Maybe that'll be a good question for you, Brian, in the interviews afterwards.
And as our board has pointed out, we will have 3 GBs on the card: a Gavin Babcock, a Gannon Burr, and a Greg Barsby. GB, the word or the initials of the day, apparently. 8 or hold. Should be routine up and down from there.
Yeah, Dawson Snelling has Calvin Heimberg beat in PDGA number by 200. By 200 member numbers, both in the 45,000s, as far as the battle for that 4th position if Simon Lizotte does not birdie.
That is very competitive. Top 15 within 4 strokes. Lots of 10s, lots of 11s.
It's been a good day of disc golf. Again, conditions were ideal. A little bit hot, a little bit humid, but you see those flags not moving at all, Terry? That equals blue boxes on the old U-disc. So now you can see what I'm talking about here with Gannon. He's a little bit lower on the hill, which creates more slope on his stance. So he's kind of now climbing back uphill. He needs to really make sure, set his lower body and commit to this shot and really put it all the way up there. The mistake would be leaving it too far left.
What mistake? None by that man.
Not today. He was flowing. He was absolutely flowing. And early on, it didn't look good. Remember, he left his second shot on 1 short and to the right. He went on to bogey and then didn't get up and down on 2 for his birdie. But ever since then, it's been nearly perfect for Burr.
And I have gotten confirmation as I reached out to Gannon's mother, she told me Kyle Schultz is a local disc golfer and hype man who's on the bag for Gannon Burr. And I'm guessing Gannon's going to have him back tomorrow and hopefully the rest of the weekend after how today went.
Is that on that guy's business card? Hype man?
It should be. If it's putting you on lead card for our second day of competition out here, as Brody Smith flashes just past the basket.
Ezra's going to get the exact distance.
Ring it up, and almost does. Aderhold. Smashing the chains. It doesn't stick, but right next to the pin, Ezra. That would have been a good way just to finish out your day and put it on the scorecard. Wow, we've seen so many come close to this basket as they're closing out their round.
Simon's going to go to the backhand here, and he's going to leave it short. So he's going to have to make a putt if he wants to play on the lead card.
Take yet another look. Of course, Simon likes it.
You know, I think it's interesting to see Simon not go to the sidearm here. You know, we saw the early error with the sidearm on hole number 2. He's thrown it a couple of other times, but since then he's really committed to the backhand, and he needs one good, solid circle 1 putt here to finish with a birdie and put himself on the lead card tomorrow.
Yes.
Defending champ looking to do just that, defend the title here in Des Moines. Easy cleanup for Brody Smith. The treat they are provided out here at Pickard Park here today.
You missed that. They're going for it, Bronco. After all of this.
And now a few of our players will be getting ready to go over and possibly win a brand new Bronco. As if they haven't had enough excitement today. It was such an awesome opening round here. Welcome in, everyone. Initial takeaway, what are you thinking?
Well, I think a lot of the fans at home might be thinking, boy, Pickard's a little bit soft. But, I mean, ultimately, I think that the conditions were perfect today. And stepping onto that first tee, seeing a couple of guys already at 11 under par, these guys needed to perform, and basically they all did. Simon Lizotte making that final putt, putting himself on the lead card as a defending champion. He's been unable to defend really with any, perfection in the first 2 go-arounds at the OTB and the Portland Open. Today, back in the lead card. I like what I saw from Simon, but of course Gannon Burr and Gavin Babcock, boy, they just did what they needed to do. Take advantage of the good conditions, because tomorrow, who knows what can happen. Iowa weather can go nuts.
Yeah, anything, as you said, can happen. And we're going to break down more of what we saw today. We're going to have the OTB after show, and we're also going to hear from one of your co-leaders in Gannonburr. All of that on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential and playing your best.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Yeah, sure.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, You'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Gannon Burr is one of our co-leaders out here today. Shoots 13 under. He's in the clubhouse. Let's hear from him now.
Tied for the lead in the clubhouse with another Iowa native, Gannon Burr, 13 under par. You birdied 14 of 16 holes after a bogey on one and a par on two. Just talk about the overall thoughts.
Yeah, so coming off my lowest rated round in maybe 5 years at the DDO, I shot 5 over the final round. I was obviously still tried, gave it my all, never gave up. It was just, I've been on this like kind of month-long slump since OTB Open where I've kind of just like maybe like a couple things happened from keeping me from shooting a really good round, and you know I feel like I play a lot better when I'm in like these like more league card situations, and I just haven't been there. And you know, that final round at DDO, I felt so lost, and I had no idea what to do this week. My backhand form had been causing me issues, so the last 4 or 5 days I've literally just been grinding backhand form, just hours of work every day, just trying to fix it, and being really frustrated to the point where I was up till 2 a.m. People sleeping in my base, and I'm up till 2 a.m. throwing in my net, taking videos of myself because I need to figure it out. And you know, after hole 1 and hole 2, missing the circle 1 putt and hole 2 for birdie, I kind of just felt hopeless again. Like it felt like I just didn't belong. And you know, there's like a lot of expectations with, I guess, people like calling me one of the top players, and like I've won before, so I know I can do it. And you know, being in that space of mind where you're just not performing like how you should, it was just really stressful. But kind of just out of nowhere, I just strung together like 5, 6, 7, turned into 8 birdies in a row, and then just a couple errant shots that I had 2 pars on the back 9, and other than that, just birdied out.
Yeah, you birdied out 14 through 18. I have some questions of some specific shots on those holes. Hole number 14, it looks like you've played that hole so many times. That second shot, you had some uphill footing. Was the spike hyzer over the top because of the footing, or is that just something you're comfortable with doing?
I think that's the most consistent shot on that hole because it's a lot harder to see probably on camera, but in person, typically you have a right to left wind coming off that hillside, and it's sloping right to left. So a lot of players have been going mid-range, and they actually move the OB long a little bit closer. So if you glide past the basket, fading left with the slope of the hill, you can actually get into those trees left and really not have a putt. So I used it for speed control, angle control, confidence. And yeah, I've thrown that shot a bunch. I'm definitely playing to try to throw the spike hyzer over the top every time. And you know, same with hole 15 as well. Same thing. I actually want to go grenade on the second shot on 14. That's definitely the goal. I just wasn't far enough today.
Well, let's talk about actually, you have thrown the big shots, the big spike hyzers, but then 16 comes and you throw a beautiful touch shot, only gets 1 skip off the downslope, puts you near the bullseye. That's a tricky hole. Can you talk about kind of the way you approach it?
Yeah, a lot of people call that a terrible hole, and there's a ton of luck involved, but I don't feel like there is, just because I'm a local. Obviously, you know, I helped design a couple of the holes out here, and to see it on the Pro Tour was amazing. And just playing that hole, over time I've learned like what the skips are, and I was playing practice around with Ricky actually a couple days ago, and he went back up to the top and threw it a couple times, and I was watching him throw back down, and I kind of analyzed the line he was throwing. He took like 3 straight putters and just really soft, really just slight hyzer out of the hand to get 1 skip, 2 skips off that downslope, fitting just in front of the back 2 trees, and it works every time. You don't have to play with luck whenever. You know, a lot of players go really overstable on that hole and throw it fast, and that's where you hit the hillside and then you roll in the creek right. So that's I think it's a hole that just being play here a lot helps a lot. You know, it's definitely a tough hole for me because my touch hasn't been great. People know that, but I worked on it a lot yesterday. Went out to my local short course and just brought 5 A2s and 5 P-mile USs out there and threw every single hole with 10 discs. So just getting reps in has been amazing.
Well, you play tomorrow tied with Gavin Babcock, who's kind of been in your clique this season. Talk about what it means to you to be playing with him tomorrow, and have you guys been kind of pushing each other back and forth this season?
For sure. I know he's like dealt with his struggles in the past with like distance or maybe putting or something like that, but like seriously, seeing him like these last couple weeks, he's got so good. He's throwing probably 100 feet further than he was at the beginning of the season, just out of nowhere. He's really getting his form dialed in, so it's nice to see that. He's got one of the top 5, top 10 best forehands on tour, just really usable, really far. He's really confident with it and can shape a lot of shots. And yeah, his game's been looking really good, and it's pretty cool to, you know, we're both, I think, probably a total hour and 10 minutes away from the course. So, you know, we grew up right here, and it's so amazing to see 2 Iowa boys at top. And I want to shout out Dawson Snelling as well from the Quad Cities. I think his first Pro Tour event ever, and he showed up as well. Played amazing. He's going to be on the chase card for you guys tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much for the insight, Gannon. I really appreciate it, and a lot of people rooting for you tomorrow. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And we hear Gannon talking about Dawson, who was part of that conversation as we were opening up today's round. And then, well, both Gannon and Gavin took to the course themselves to get the work done. Hole number 3, no problem for the easy tap in there. Long putt on 7. And that one's so difficult to access on 13, but not a problem for Gavin. Gannon would go on to play that 2 different ways during the provisionals. Gavin trying to ring up the eagle on 15, then steps up to hole number 16, the blind downhill shot. It would filter through close enough for the birdie. At 100 feet to the hole, not a problem on 17 for Gannon. Gavin closes out strong. He officially gets to the 13 under first, and then a few minutes later, Gannon's going to follow it up to his good buddy, and he also is going to get to the 13 under. We've got more interviews, including the likes of Gavin Babcock. He's going to be on Tournament Central. Grant Zellner from the PDGA, along with Brian Earhart, giving you some more insight over there on Tournament Central. That follows, of course, every round here of our Elite Series events, and also a pregame before every round takes place. So if you don't like what we have to say, well, there's some other very, very intelligent, good-looking guys that can give you guys some insights. So welcome in, everyone. We're here for the OTB After Show. Man, takeaway today, Iowa shows up. They show up in the gallery. They show up on the cards and get the work done. And pretty incredible what we saw out there.
Yeah, no question about it. I think it's pretty incredible to listen to Gannon Burr do an interview. I mean, remember, this kid is 18 years old, but he is absolutely obsessed with disc golf. I remember being in that same position. I know you were at that point when you were 18 as well. I mean, he loves it to spend all night long throwing into a net trying to fix his backhand form. I mean, his backhand was on point today. He really did not make a lot of mistakes on the backhand. The one mistake he made was a sidearm on hole number 1, which proved to be statistically the hardest hole on the course. So looking at Gannon Burr, I think he's certainly utilizing his knowledge of the course and his usefulness to put together today's round. Flipping it over to Gavin, boy, that's going to be a rough one tomorrow.
It is. I'm here for you.
Yeah. So Babcock,
Yep.
Flipping over to him and just listening to what Gannon said about him, it's going to be how he can manage his nerves.
Yep.
I mean, Babcock has all the shots that everybody has. He does have some distance. He does have a sidearm. He can putt, but it's how can he manage his nerves. We talked about it at the opening of the show. Parker Welk put himself in position. He went on to get a title by having an incredible final round. Babcock needs to perform tomorrow, keep himself in position, because at the end of the day, you have Burr, you have the defending champion, and you have a world champion in Greg Barsby playing on that lead card, and a host. We had to go down to 15th. I mean, that's how many people are in it to win it still, but weather could be, I mean, the weather in Iowa can change just like that, and it can be severe. I think it was 2 years ago we didn't even have a full tournament. So it can happen just like that.
Yeah, hail and thunderstorms and things that can come and go very quickly out there. Gavin Babcock has been on the big stage, and that's what we talked about. He hasn't made it to a lead card at an elite event. However, he kind of skipped that motion 2 years ago, and that was at the Champions Cup, where he put himself in position at that 4-round PDGA major down there at W.R. Jackson. W.R. Jackson, clearly plenty of difficulty on that course in every possible way as well, with some elevation along with tight lines. So Gavin Babcock has proved that he can play. It's a matter of that consistency, and I know he's had an injury or two that he's dealt with. In fact, I remember seeing him earlier this season. He was sitting out from 1 or 2 events because he was nursing an injury. So he's obviously back. He's been working on things. As we just heard Gannon say, he said he feels like he's added 100 feet of distance to his throw. Gavin already was a big distance thrower. So if he can put that all together, maybe instead of the nerves and maybe some of that nervous energy, he's going to have more of a relaxed energy, playing with the likes of Simon Lizotte, who's always fun to be around. Greg Barsby, clearly a character in the most positive and flattering of ways, and then one of his best friends. I mean, if you want to talk about a comfort zone to show up to and play, that sounds like a pretty good place to start.
Well, and an interesting story about the Burr-Babcock friendship. A year ago, right around the Portland Open, Gavin Babcock had actually come here to Bend. He spent a few days. He visited us at our business here in Bend at Bevel, and we have some baskets out back. And he was putting and putting and putting. And then he would call, lo and behold, Gannon Burr, and say, here's what I'm working on. Here's what I'm doing. We had a fun putting night. The Pro Tour was here in town. And we have an 18-hole putting course, and Gavin Babcock shot perfect, 18 for 18. So this guy, when he gets on a roll, he can do it all, and he does have his good friend Gannon Burr on the card. But just the guys behind, too. You know, Calvin Heimberg didn't play his best. He's still right there. It's going to be interesting to see the Robinson brothers, to see what they can do. Can Chris Dickerson, he's now back on tour now that it's hit the Midwest. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Let's hope the weather plays a little bit nice, gives us some moments of dry and not so much wind.
Yeah, we'd love to see all 54 holes played out there this weekend. In fact, it may end up needing to be more of that with how highly contended this very first round is. We'll see how that plays out over the next couple of days. We've got some good guesses. I'm going to gather that there should be some good guesses because we saw great shots throughout this round, and it felt like as soon as you saw one, somebody else almost upped it or improved upon it. Give me your guess.
Well, originally it was the shot from the leader, Babcock, on 15 when he hit the basket just inches short from an eagle. But I got to go with Ezra Aderhold on 18. That sidearm over the out of bounds, right off the change. It was nearly an eagle for him on the difficult 18th. That's my guess, Terry.
My guess, and I'm going to challenge production a little. My guess is going to be Chris Dickerson's throw-in eagle on 10.
Ooh. I don't even know if we got video of that.
We didn't, so. Come on, guys. I'm challenging you. Don't we have a drone shot of that somewhere? Either way, our only the best shot of the day. Let's take a look.
All right, fair enough. This is what I originally thought. It was an incredible shot. He was out of position, had to play way wide, but look at how flat he kept it. Just inches short from an eagle.
Unbelievable. What a day for Gavin Babcock. What a way to start out the 2023 TrueBank Des Moines Challenge presented by Discraft. We've got the action for you guys tomorrow. It's going to start at 9 a.m. That's when Tournament Central will kick off. That's exclusively all on the Disc Golf Network. So you can hear from Grant, you can hear from Brian, and then myself along with Zoe and Val will jump in. Thank you guys for joining us today. For Brian Earhart out on the ground, for Nate Doss, I'm the Disc Golf Guy, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Day number 1 of the Des Moines Challenge in the books. And we are here at Pickard Park in Des Moines, Iowa, wrapping things up, trying to summarize all that went on today. A lot of action, a lot of players still in contention. Grant Zellner alongside the Southpaw Sage, Brian Earhart. Brian, it seems like it's about 10, 11 days early for fireworks, but we have a packed leaderboard, so many tied near or at the top. What did you see today with your very own eyes?
I saw a course that is a playground for these top players when the wind is down. I mean, any course on tour can really be shredded when the wind is down, maybe minus Northwood Black, but this particular course allows the players to open up, showcase their individuality, and throw some really impressive shots. I think this is why it's one of the more exciting events for spectators. I think the whole gallery, the entire day, morning to evening, we're going crazy for so many different shots on so many different holes. So that's what I witnessed out there. I saw a lot of players in their element today.
Defending champion Simon Lizotte among those in the hunt. That's not surprising, but given all of the other traffic that he has to contend with, it is a lot of fun to watch Simon once again dissecting this course, to see Simon's creativity coming out in front of all of these fans and, of course, in front of all of us watching on screen. What did you see from him today?
You know what's interesting? He shot 11 under par, but then you look at his reactions. I was standing behind the cart a lot of the times just to kind of soak in the dialogue, and he didn't seem satisfied with almost any shot that he threw. I don't know if that means he's really in the zone this week and just so happened to have an off day and still shoot 11, but he didn't look fully crisp, which is scary for the rest of the field, that I think he would admit that on quite a few shots he wasn't crisp on them, but he did make up for it with fantastic drives on a lot of holes. He did everything that he needed to do out there. I mean, minus a few putts here and there. 11 under par is very respectable, 2 strokes off the lead, and I think if he just cleans up some of those little mistakes, he's well into the double digits. 14, 15 under is possible.
Maybe it was simply the fact that Simon never had more than 3 birdies in a row. I don't know. Maybe he felt like he wasn't on the pace. Gannon Buhr definitely on the pace today. Gannon Buhr shooting an incredible round close to home. I'm sure it's something that he dreamed about as the days wound down leading up to this tournament.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time out here, to say the least. I mean, he's also helped with some of this redesign, offering his input. I mean, here we go, looking at his drive on hole 3, just a beautiful forehand, just showcasing his entire skill set out here. And he mentioned he's not happy with his backhand form right now. He's been grinding it. You listen to him in the live interview in the DGN broadcast. He was in his basement till 2 in the morning, throwing into a net, filming himself, frustrated, trying to figure out why this timing is not working out for him. And again, that's just him being hard on himself. I think he's been like that all season. He's trying to manage new expectations. He had mentioned earlier that the expectation of him now being a top player is not a novelty anymore. He's no longer a 14-year-old underdog crossing into the 1,000 rated range for the very first time. He is the guy that people want to beat. He's a player that people are modeling their play styles after now. So it's just natural progression for him. I mean, he's 18 years old. So we talk very highly of him. We're very hard on him, but at the same time, he still has so much more to grow.
Gavin Babcock, a name that we all know because he's been around for a little while, got off to a comparatively slow start today and then birdied 9 of his final 10 holes to surge his way to the top of the leaderboard. We heard from Gavin after his round.
All right, we're here in the booth with Gavin Babcock. Gavin, 12 down? 13 down?
13.
13. How do you feel? What's your first impression walking off the course?
Surprisingly calm. Just kind of rough start. Missed like a short circle 1 putt on one little straddle. Got 2, didn't get 3 or 4, and then which I feel like those are definitely some scoreable holes. But yeah, luckily I played skins yesterday. Shot like 12 down with a bogey, and so I was like, I'd try to carry that into today, and game's feeling really good.
Nice. Do you feel like that skins match, does it help you like solidify your game plan, or does it do something else for you?
Yeah, it definitely helps because you're playing a little bit more aggressive, so things are feeling really good and you can just keep up those aggressive lines. And I really didn't know what I was throwing on 10 until I had the box on skins and then been sticking with that big hyzer. But
Interesting. And you were on a stunner of a card, and you came out on top. How did you feed off of the rest of the energy from the rest of the players on that card? Kevin Jones, Anthony Barilla, Chris Dickerson.
Good. I mean, I enjoy playing with all of them. I think this has got to be approaching 10 times I played with Kevin this year already, and played with AB in Montana, and it's nice to play with Chris again. He's always good energy too. But yeah, good vibes, and I mean the crowd's just unbeatable here. I mean, whatever shot I throw, people are just going nuts. So I absolutely love it here.
Does that are you going to be? Is that going to mess with your head at all on Saturday or Sunday?
No, I feed off that. So looking to keep it up and just keep loving this home crowd because they're loving it, and yeah, it just feels nice to be home.
Nice. Any plans for the rest of the night to try to rehydrate? Anything in specific?
Gonna go try to win a Bronco, and then I'd probably head home, just get some dinner, chug some water, and get a good night's sleep. Might stay up a little later tonight, so sleep in and just keep the routine good.
Sweet. All right, there he is, Gavin Babcock, Iowa native. Gavin, thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
A pair of Iowa natives in Gannon Burr and Gavin Babcock at the top, and then a 7-way tie in third, including one Calvin Heimberg. We'll hear from Calvin and others after this break on the Disc Golf Network.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential and playing your best.
Okay, I'm joined by Calvin Heimberg, #1 ranked disc golfer in the world. Calvin, another day at the office. How did it feel? How did it go for you?
As a whole, went pretty well. I shot an 11 under, pretty slow start. Missed a couple putts there on the first couple holes. So I ended up being even through 4, but 11 down through the last 14 propelled me to a pretty solid round. Can't complain. One little missed putt on 17, but made a couple big ones on a couple prior holes. So pretty solid round. Got a couple good breaks, but capitalized with some big putts.
Nice. So you mentioned a slow start, and most of the events these days are a sprint, 3 or 4 day sprint. Does the doubt ever creep in your mind on a front nine like that?
Definitely not. I think we're playing these events, and it's 18 holes around. So you got 54 holes at this event. So hopefully, depending on the weather. But I mean, no doubt. I mean, you got a lot of time left, and it's easy to let things spiral. But if you just stick with it, generally you can claw back and put together a respectable round.
Yeah, I hear you. It was hot out there. It still is. It's kind of hot in this booth. Did you have any secrets that you or any tricks that you used to combat all that, with whether it was grip or hydration?
Nothing really. I mean, just drinking lots of water. Staying hydrated and then finding the shade when you could. So just keeping yourself out of the sun as much as possible and drinking a lot of water.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, that's Calvin Heimberg. Calvin, thanks for joining us. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Calvin Heimberg, part of that multi-way tie in third place. Calvin, a player who this year has made finishing on the podium or in the top 10 almost a quiet affair, given what we have expected from Calvin. We have a veteran of veterans also in that multi-way tie for third, Greg Barsby. We heard from Greg after his round.
In the booth, Greg, 11 down on the day. First impressions, how do you feel?
Kind of in netherworld right now. Played a good round on the Pro Tour. It's been a minute. It's been a tough start to the season, so yeah, I feel really good with the round. I made a bozo mistake on hole 1, threw it OB, easy 5, and just kind of got going from there.
What is it? Yeah. What does it take? Can you enlighten the viewers at home, the more casual golfers? What does it take to push past that first hole stumble like that and come out with 12 more birdies?
Yeah, it's crazy. I actually thought that I might have got to 10 on 18. I didn't look at scores. I think that's kind of an important key, right? Just stick to the game plan. I got a good game plan for the course. The conditions are really nice, and it's a little warm. So I went to the chalk a little bit today, not too much, but the miss on 1 kind of got me back on track to making the smarter play. Make sure that I get it in bounds. There's a lot of room to miss on the left side of the fairway there, and I made the incorrect shot. So I kind of went, okay, let's not do that again. This course is fair. It's a true disc golf course. There's enough room to move the disc. So yeah, just kept pushing.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
You mentioned it was rather hot out there. It's still hot. I can see sweat coming down both of our faces. How did you combat that? Did you have any? You mentioned the chalk. Did you have any tricks for, the face or anything else?
No, just watered up before the round. Make sure I was really hydrated before. That's critical out here. Even last night, getting hydrated last night is key for the next day. It's actually not nearly as warm as it was in Texas for the last couple of weeks when I was at home. So.
Really?
I'd say I'm cooling off, but yeah, it's no real big tricks. Just
gotcha.
Don't throw the sticky disc. I got some old discs in my bag. They're starting to bleed a little bit. Some of those old CEs. So try to stay away from the old Firebird today.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's no big battle axe at this event for first place, but what do you feel like it's going to take from you to come out on top on Sunday? Are you even worried about that right now?
Obviously, we all play to win, so I think that it will just be a little bit of grace on the putting green.
Yeah.
My putt hasn't been really strong yet this year. I don't think I've played my best golf just yet. Today is a nice sign. It's a good move in the right direction, but some grace on the putting green, making sure I'm hitting the spot. I did miss a few today, so I could clean it up a little bit. But putting usually wins these events. Obviously keeping it in bounds, but I'll get there. I know it's maybe supposed to be adverse conditions. I'm not the best when it gets nasty, so I'm just going to try to stay within myself and play the game I know how to play. Try not to get too far ahead of myself. Try to get away from the expectation and just stay in the process of playing.
I love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Well, Greg, thank you. I know the Barsbarians at home are happy to see your face and your eyes.
Sure.
Thanks, Greg. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you much.
Greg Barsby, veteran, and you just saw a unicorn, Greg Barsby, no sunglasses. So mark that down as something for your day of disc golf bingo. Meanwhile, Ezra Robinson, another player in that multi-way tie for third. We caught up with Ezra Robinson right after his round.
Okay, I'm joined in the booth by Ezra Robinson. Ezra, you are tied for the lead with an 18 down right now. How do you feel?
Pretty good. Yeah. A lot of things were clicking out there, and just able to put up a good score. So.
Yeah. What do you feel like was the biggest key to success? Was it the putter? Was it the mental?
Yeah, mental. I was really shaky off the first couple tees, and so my drives weren't. ideal, but I just like pitched up real nice and was able to make a couple, circles edge, inside circle putting, so that's always helpful, and that just stayed with me for the rest of the round. So, yeah.
Any good vibes from the card mates? Was there anything in particular that helped with that?
I had great card mates. They were able to, if they didn't do so well, then they were able to just let it go and move on, and that just kind of helped the card, do the thing. And Chris Clevens is a great guy, and I love playing with him. So, yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Were you checking the scores during the round at all? Were you aware of anything, or were you just completely locked in?
Yeah, no, I checked the scores after hole 10 when I took that stupid bogey. And then I was like, okay, I know I got to, shoot well. And I tend to check it like every 9 probably. So I knew I had to get some more birdies to go, and I did. So.
You got the birdie on the last hole. Going into that hole, though, you were tied with your brother. For the fans, was there any kind of inclination to push on that last hole, or was it part of your game plan to get the birdie?
1,000%. Yeah, I mean, I was planning to get the birdie either way. But, no, I mean, Isaac's had his time in the spotlight, and, I'm here to boot him out. So, yeah.
That's right. I mean, I hear you. 2 back-to-back top 10 finishes in a row for you. You're looking to make it a 3rd this week.
That'd be sweet. Yeah.
Ezra, best of luck.
Appreciate it.
Moving forward.
Sick. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
A little extra motivation there for Ezra Robinson trying to stay ahead of his brother Isaac. You'll get a chance to see him on the chase card tomorrow. After this break, we check out what happened in the FPO division earlier this morning, and we'll get a chance to hear from the co-leaders. Stay tuned to the Disc Golf Network.
One of my favorite partnerships with Discraft is the Paul Macbeth molds. The Athena specifically has just been a really fun one because it's a disc that I've been looking forward to. It's definitely a staple in my bag. It sits right between my Undertakers and my Onyx. A little bit blunt nose, so it can fight and handle the wind, it can handle some torque, and it's just one that I can throw at all powers. That's what I really like about it. I'm just glad that we're able to make this disc, have it in hand, and have it as a stock disc that anyone can get.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Summarizing this morning's action in the FPO field during round 1 of the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge, Emily Beach and Kristen Tatar knotted up at the top with a host of players hot on their heels, including 5-time world champion Paige Pierce. We heard from Kristen Tatar at the close of her round.
I think overall feeling was good. I mean, I made a couple of mistakes here and there. But it wasn't like anything too bad. I wish I could take back my throw on the island hole, throw it a little harder, but except that, I think it's looking good.
I feel good. My game feels solid. Like last year, I found myself laying off my drives a lot more, laying up a lot more shots, but like on hole 2, I went for it a lot more and like got past the tree line. Hole 3 I went for it, usually I'd lay that up. Hole 4 I would usually lay up. So just during practice I realized like I can actually get to some of these and I should take advantage of my distance or whatever, and I think it worked out.
Brian Earhart stepping back in, talking about Emily Beach and Kristen Tatar. I want to talk about Emily Beach for a moment. She has gone out on earlier cards at least in round number one, probably the majority of the tournaments that she has played in. She's a lefty just like you are, which means mechanically, so often lefties are so sound after having to watch their fellow competitors compete in a mere fashion. They've got to really mentally engage to throw well. What are you seeing from Emily Beach, and what is she going to have to do to break through?
Well, you know, I have to root for any lefty that shoots themselves up tied for the lead at any Disc Golf Pro Tour event. I don't care what division you play in. It's not easy. It's a very lonely thing to be a lefty out here on the tour, to maybe use some hyperbole. But you don't get to take lines from people. You don't get to strategize from other players. You are constructing a game plan yourself. And you are in your own lane, and you get tempted to want to try to match the lines that the righties are throwing with the lefty line because you're trying to latch onto something, but you just have to stick to your game plan that much more. And I think the way she chipped her way around this course and shot 7 under par is fantastic. The other thing that I have to commend her for is throwing a righty backhand. I mean, that's something that I can't ever say that I did when I was on tour. I love that she broke out the lefty or the righty backhand today, and that's just another skill that over time can only serve her more. I love listening to her talk and say, I'm seeing all these holes differently now. I'm going for hole 4. I'm going for hole 3. This is just going to be a great thing for her confidence over time to at least believe that she can do these things. So her ceiling is about to go up. She has to find consistency within that new aggression, but that just comes with time. And I am super excited to see how a lefty attacks this course tomorrow.
You've also got Kristen Tatar at the top, steadily spectacular as usual. Is there a such thing as a course or even a hole that doesn't in some form set up well for Kristen Tatar's strengths?
No. There is not a hole that I've seen yet that she cannot find a simple answer for. And I say this by first saying she is probably the best quote-unquote golfer, not just disc golfer, but golfer that we've ever seen in disc golf. The way she maneuvers all these courses, her game planning, her commitment to her game plan, her discipline is why she puts up such consistent numbers. And even on days when maybe the viewers or the commentators say, it doesn't look like she's having a perfect day, she's still beating the field. And right now, you know, I think she left some strokes out there, still putted phenomenally and shot 7 under par with 2 bogeys. So that's 9 birdies on this course. And to answer your question one more time, I haven't found that hole yet, Grant.
Nobody in the FPO field managed to get through the round unscathed. Everybody carding at least 1 bogey on the day suggests that tomorrow there could be some serious movement and perhaps even some separation on that tightly packed leaderboard. After this next break, we'll hear from someone you may not have heard of before, Dawson Snelling. I know you know him, Brian. The rest of us will get to know Dawson right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am, that's just really exciting for me.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Okay, we're joined in the booth in the clubhouse with Dawson Snelling from Moline, Iowa, or Moline, Illinois. Illinois, thank you. Dawson, you mentioned on the walk over here to the booth that you just got in last night. You left work.
It was Wednesday morning.
Okay.
But then I left work Thursday to come here to practice. And then
Okay. One practice round. Are you familiar with this course?
I've played it a couple times in the last maybe 6 months, but not very
Okay.
often, no.
Gotcha. So do you have a set game plan, or are you mostly relying on your natural skills and your instincts?
There's a lot of holes where the OB came in play, so I was really playing for 3. But some of those drives put me a little closer around the putt.
Yeah.
But I was really just trying to play safe, not throw OB. But I think I did once on hole 1, and that was it.
Yeah, you unfortunately went OB on the first hole and took your only bogey of the round. But then you backed it up with a couple circle 2 makes. So I think, according to Nate Sexton, you're doing pretty well. Speaking of that first bogey, after that you rattled off 10 birdies in a row. Have you ever done that before in a tournament?
Not in like this setting. I mean, maybe not in at all, but
Yeah.
especially not like right now.
Yeah, pretty crazy. How did that feel? Did you know that you were on a run?
I knew I was on a run. I didn't know. I wasn't looking at scores, so I didn't really know like how I was comparing to others. But I was trying just not to think about it as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, and you played with a fairly stacked card, Nolan Ramsey, Mason Ford, and Linus Carlson. Did you lean on them for any good vibes or anything?
Yeah, they were both fun. And it was nice just knowing they were really good. So kind of based off them and how they're playing, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. Any plans for the rest of the evening? Are you going to check the scores as they roll in, or
I'll probably look later tonight once it's all over, but probably not as they're playing. But
Gotcha. Well, Dawson, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Great round today. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sweet. All right, thanks.
Well, Brian, Dawson Snelling says he was playing safe for the most part, and yet in the midst of that rattles off 10 birdies in a row. That happens sometimes when you take the pressure off yourself, and that's exactly what we saw from Dawson today.
Well, I think especially on par 4s, if you say play safe, a lot of times the safe drive can give you an opportunity to get up and down for birdie. And if you can just take that stress out of the tee shot, it makes the second shot that much easier. So it's great that he's coming into one of his first big events like this with a game plan so disciplined. And to rattle off 10 birdies in a row after the bogey on 1, I think that shows a lot of poise. He's extremely skilled. I mean, anyone from the Quad Cities area knows Dawson Snelling. They also know his dad, Nick Snelling, playing tournaments for a very long time. And this kid's here to stay. He's real good, and I'm excited for people to see him tomorrow.
A little bonus disc golf for you. The Bronc throw occurred after the round today. 16 players with an opportunity to win a Ford Bronco Sport from DeArmond Ford of Indianola. 16 players got that one shot for that 500-foot ace. Ben Calloway. The disc hanging in flight forever. That close to a free Ford Bronco Sport for Ben Calloway. We've seen it done before, Brian, players winning these prizes, cash prizes or otherwise. That one right off the top of the basket. So very, very close. Ezra Adelhold with his opportunity.
Are these what your 500-foot shots look like?
What 500-foot shots?
That's what's impressive to me right now, watching these guys throw these hyzer flips that barely even get up to flat. Wow.
My 500-foot shots look like 2 shots back to back that end up being 500 feet and maybe a little more if I'm lucky. Brian, we've got some interesting things in store for the weekend. We've had talk of potential weather coming in. We've had talk at least of increasing winds here on the property at Pickard Park. What are your expectations? Do you think it's going to take a repeat of the hot rounds of today or even better in order to take this championship down for both our divisions?
I truly don't know. We had the same thing happen last year where certain players were able to play in the good weather and then the bad weather hit. And there are certain players that didn't get any of it. There are certain players that got all of it. So days like that, you just have to accept what comes without judgment. And these days are tough. There's a lot of luck involved, whether or not you tee off early, whether or not you tee off late, and when that weather hits you. And again, we could have things happen like it happened in previous years where the entire round gets canceled. So we just don't know. I really hope not, because this tournament seems to be plagued by weather as of late.
Well, starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, we will be back here on the Disc Golf Network with coverage of the FPO field, and that is when we will be able to start keeping you posted as to all of the occurrences with weather and anything else that might impact the pace of play tomorrow, or to your point, Brian, whether or not we're able to get completed rounds in. We'll have all the information that you need to understand who is in contention and what needs to happen for your favorite player to take down this Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. It'll be round number 2 at the TrueBank Des Moines Challenge tomorrow on the Disc Golf Network, starting again at 9 a.m. Central Time. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner saying so long for now from the Disc Golf Network in Des Moines, Iowa.